I personally love listening to scary stories while I sleep. Here I've compiled some of my spookiest stories that are guaranteed to give you nightmares. I've also added relaxing sounds of rain to help you fall asleep and stay asleep. I hope you enjoy. The story I'm about to tell you is quite startling. A couple of years ago, back when I lived in the woods, I had a very close call with something coming into my house. At that time, I was working the late shift down at the local gas station, which meant I got off around 11 o'clock. Whenever I'd get off, it would be pitch black out, making my drive into the woods all the more creepy. I lived about 20 minutes away, 10 of which were in the woods. At this time, I had no neighbors, but I did have a college roommate of mine that would often swing by from time to time. One evening, when I was pulling into my driveway, I was shocked to see that my front door was wide open. I got out of my car, hesitantly, using my cell phone as a flashlight. The first thing that came into my mind was that someone broke into my house, but then I realized how unlikely that really was. It was probably my old college roommate forgetting to lock the door, and a gust of wind must have blown it open. This wouldn't be the first time he has done something like this. As I got closer to my door, I was able to detect a smell that I can't really describe, but nonetheless, it was terrible and very unique. The door being opened and the smell made me feel very uneasy. I slowly entered my darkened home with great caution, with the feeling that at any moment something could jump out and attack me. Thankfully, once I turned on the lights, it revealed that there was nothing there. I then entered my home, closing the door behind me and locking it. I did a quick walkthrough of my house, just making sure that there was nothing else lurking in the shadows. Thankfully, my search yielded no results. I then took a shower and got ready for bed. Instead of falling asleep quickly, like I normally do, I was kept awake with the thought that there was still something hiding in my house. After about 30 minutes, I fell asleep. A couple hours later, I slowly wake up. I wasn't alerted by a bad dream or by a sound, but rather a smell. The exact smell that was there when my door was wide open. I slowly get to my feet and make my way over to the door. As I'm walking, I can hear sounds coming from downstairs. It sounds like something is thrashing around, looking for something. I idiotically make my way towards the stairs, turning on the hallway light as I go. Once I turn on the hallway light, the sound downstairs immediately stops. I had unknowingly made my presence known. The very brief silence is immediately replaced by more thrashing heading towards the stairs. I decided that I didn't want to wait to see what it was that was making the noise downstairs, so I immediately turned tail and ran back to my room. The way my hallway is set up upstairs is that there is a bedroom, a bathroom, and then my room. I was able to enter my room and close the door behind me while locking it before the thing was able to make it up to the top of the stairs. Thankfully, whatever it was, decided to enter the other room first instead of mine. This gave me enough time to hide in the crawl space in my closet. The crawl space was pretty well hidden. You wouldn't be able to find it unless you moved around some clothes. I could hear the door to my room being opened and something very large walking in my room. I could hear furniture being moved, items being thrown. The worst part about all of this was the smell. The smell was absolutely terrible and stronger than ever. At this moment, it finally dawned on me to call 911, but when I went to do so, I couldn't find my cell phone. I must have left it behind in all the rush. I then heard the closet door being opened and hearing something very large stepping inside. A part of me wanted to peer out and see the intruder that was in my home, but I didn't want to risk being seen. I sat quietly as the intruder rummaged around my closet, thankfully not finding me. I was able to hear the intruder's breathing. It sounded as if whatever the person had bad asthma or a smoking problem because they were hacking and wheezing. It definitely sounded unnatural. The intruder left my closet and went back downstairs. At this moment, I took it upon myself to find my cell phone and call 911. Throughout the call, I was able to hear the intruder downstairs. It was pacing around and moving items as if it was looking for something or someone. I did my best throughout the call to stay quiet while telling the dispatch where I was and what was happening. They told me to go back and hide in the closet, which I did, and wait for the police to come. By the time they arrived, whoever was in my house was long gone. I didn't leave the closet until the police came to get me. I could tell that they were very surprised to see me okay, and they kept asking me over and over again if I was hurt, which I obviously wasn't. The police escorted me out of my home and out into one of the cruisers. While walking out of my home, I was able to see how messy my house was, and it was very trashed. Something I noticed that was interesting was what looked like blood all over my furniture. Why was there blood on my furniture, I thought. The red substance was all over my home, and I was quite concerned as to what it was. I guess that explains why the police thought I was injured. I went outside and sat in one of the cruisers. The police gave me the option to either stay in my house or come down to the precinct and stay the night there. I obviously chose the second option. Fast forward 2 years. I had moved from my house that I was once living in, and I was living in the other part of town. For whatever reason, I was driving near my old house near the woods, and something in the road caught my eye. There was something pale hunched over in the middle of the road. I was about 50 yards away, and I couldn't really make out the details of what was in the middle of the road. But there was something I did recognize. The smell. It was the very same smell I smelled that night that intruder entered my home, and that experience was brought to my mind. I slowly inched closer with my car. I was wanting a better look at whatever it was in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it was a person. I could only see its back, but the closer I got, the more I realized that it wasn't. Its limbs and arms were terribly distorted. Its legs bent backwards like a goat, and the thing was pretty tall, even though it was hunched over. Whenever I was able to see it perfectly, it was as if it knew, and it stood up. The creature was about 8 feet tall. Its skin looked old and wrinkly. Everything about it looked human, except for its head. Its head was that of a deer or maybe an elk, and all the skin and flesh had withered away from it. I was only able to see it perfectly for a few seconds before it ran off into the woods, but the very image of this thing will haunt me forever. Could this creature be the thing that entered my home that one evening? Or maybe these two events are unrelated. Regardless, ever since then, I never go near the woods at night. This story was told to me in 2009. I was a freshman in high school, and it was Halloween. Halloween just happens to be my favorite holiday. Anyways, I walk into my English class, which was my last period for the day. My eccentric teacher had all of the lights off, with a stool in the middle of the room. On the stool was a single candle that was lit. Next to the candle was a bowl of candy with our favorite candies inside. My teacher, who was kind of a goofball, was wearing a cool witch hat. Once everyone sat down inside the class, my teacher held the candle and sat down on the stool. She told us that instead of doing classwork today, we were going to share the scariest story that we knew in return for some candy. My teacher started the stories with the famous urban legend with the man with the hook for a hand. Most of my classmates had heard that story before, but nonetheless, we enjoyed hearing it again. My classmates then took turns telling their stories. Some stories were spooky, while others were kinda lame. But none of them compared to one story that I heard. The story came from one of the redneck kids in my class. He was mostly quiet and didn't really talk much. That's why we're kinda surprised that he wanted to share one of the stories. Anyways, here's his story. His father and his uncle both had a cabin that they would use to go hunting up in the winter. The cabin was up north and kind of up in the hills. To get to the cabin, you'd have to drive about 2 hours deep into the woods, most of which was on a dirt road. Off the dirt road a little bit was about a 15-minute hike to the cabin. The cabin was pretty secluded. He said that his family uses the cabin mainly for hunting. The story then took a weird turn when the father and the uncle in the story returned for the evening after a long day of hunting. As they were walking down one of the hills to get to the cabin, the uncle in the story noticed a light coming from the cabin. Not just one light, but multiple. The lights were torches. There was a cult performing a ritual just outside the cabin. The dad and the uncle took position behind a tree and aimed their guns down at the cult. The cult was chanting something, but they couldn't really understand what it was. After a few minutes of watching what was happening, they noticed a large figure step within the view of the cult. It was this strange monster, unlike anyone had ever seen. It was tall and pale, and had very long talons for fingers. The head of the creature looked like a goat, due to its horns. When the creature got close enough to the cult, the chanting stopped. The creature appeared to be talking to the cult members. At that very moment, out of nowhere, the uncle opens fire on this creature and hits it a couple times. The father does the same. The father and the uncle only aim at the creature and not the cult members. The creature lets out this terrible scream and takes off into the night. The rest of the cult members run off into the woods, never to return. The father and the uncle didn't stay the night in the cabin. Instead, they took off down the trail and made it back to their cars. The whole time, they were able to hear the creature screaming off into the distance. The guy's father asked the uncle, "Why did you shoot at the creature?" And the uncle responded, "I'm pretty sure that was the devil." The entire classroom's mouths were wide open with amazement. That was one heck of a story, and I think about it often. What is really out in the woods? My name is Lexi, and in 2007, my parents sent me to a summer camp up in Alaska. This camp was famous for its fun adventures, and I really wanted to go. I get there the first day, and the camp is everything I wanted it to be. The food was great, the scenery was amazing, and I made tons of friends. However, I was caught by surprise about the bear protocol. The bear protocol is pretty much what it sounds like. When any camper sees a bear, they're supposed to run to this tower and hit this button. That sounds the siren for the rest of the camp. Once you hear the siren, you are supposed to go to the nearest building and wait inside. Alaska has its fair share of bears, but the bears typically stay away from the camp, and as long as there's no food out. Anyways, here's where things get spooky. My group was coming back from a canoe trip down at the lake. Camp counselors had to shuttle us down there in trucks, 5 at a time. There were 20 of us that day, so the camp counselor had to make 4 trips. Each trip took about 10 minutes or so, there and back. Once we were all down at the lake, we were then able to go canoeing and fishing. Near the end of the day, the camp counselor blew his whistle, which meant for all of us to meet back at the truck. He loaded 5 campers in the truck and took off down the trail. Instead of being gone for 10 minutes, he was gone for 30. When the counselor finally returned, we saw that the front end of the truck was completely mangled and covered in blood. He apologized for the wait and told us that on his way up there that he accidentally hit a moose, but for some reason he seemed very panicked about it. And then I remembered what they said about food being left out. That moose would have been a huge meal for the bears. I waited with my friends as the counselor took another group of 5 back to camp. At this time, it was starting to get dark, and me and my friends were getting nervous. We began to look at the tree line, looking for any signs of bears or any creatures that might have eaten the moose. While the counselor was away, we began to hear a sound that was very familiar. It was the sound of the bear alarm. The anxiety that we were feeling before now turned into a full-on panic. We were literally sitting ducks, with nowhere to hide. All that we could do was wait on our counselor to come back. The counselor eventually came, and we all packed into the truck. We felt somewhat safe in the truck, knowing that the bears couldn't get us inside. But my camp counselor told us not to look outside the windows on the drive back. I thought this to be strange, and it made me nervous thinking about it. Why wouldn't the camp counselor want us looking out the windows? What was he hiding? Some of the campers began to cry. I was pretty close to tears myself, but I did as he asked, and I looked away from the windows. Halfway through the drive back up, the counselor slammed on the brakes. I knew that we weren't back yet, and that we were still on that dirt trail. Against the counselor's command, I looked out the window to see what was going on. On the dirt path, I could see the moose, and that there was something standing over it, but it wasn't a bear. There was a pale creature hunched over the body of the moose. I could tell that the creature was very tall, despite it being hunched over, due to its limbs being very long. I didn't get a great look at it, because the counselor then took off down the dirt road. I could tell that he was startled. He kept checking the rearview mirror, seeing if that thing followed us, but it didn't. We got back to camp Not much later, everyone was inside the dining hall. The bear alarm was still blaring. Initially, I didn't tell anyone what I saw, mainly because I couldn't believe it. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe the way the headlights were shining on the animal made it look strange. I was trying to talk myself out of what I saw, in order to make sense of everything. That night, all the counselors held a special meeting with all the campers. They told us that due to there being a bear nearby, that we had the option to either stay another week or to go home. Naturally, I opted to leave. The counselors contacted my parents, and I went home the next day. I still couldn't get the image out of my mind of that creature. I got home and the summer continued as normal. 2 weeks passed and I almost completely forgot about the creature at the campsite, until one day my father came up to me randomly, telling me some startling news. He told me that the camp I was just at had a bear attack, and that 2 campers went missing. He told me that he was really proud of me that I was able to make an adult decision to come home early. About a month later, they found the 2 bodies of the missing campers. Now normally, I would write this off as a bear attack, but the 2 bodies that they found were found in trees. It is possible that a bear could have done that, but it doesn't seem likely to me. I think whatever that creature was that I saw that night had something to do with it. Months later, I can remember all of them, down to the slightest idiosyncrasies and quirks. They were my friends, and now they're gone. There's a hole in my life where they were. Sometimes I'll remember something they said or did, and it'll hit me like a ton of bricks. They're gone now, and I'm only left with memories of them. I'm sorry for being maudlin and bringing everyone down, but I think this is the only way I can really introduce my story and explain why I feel like I have to type this out. I think that writing this is the only way that I can learn to accept that. I'll try to keep these downer tendencies to myself as I'm writing all of this down, but I can't make any promises. I know that being the third wheel in a group can be a terrible thing, but I can think of something worse, being a fifth wheel. If you're the third wheel, your group is a semi-functional tricycle. If you're a fifth wheel, you're left as some obscure car from the 50s that no one remembers or cares about. Imagine not being able to follow the in-jokes and shared history of one couple and multiply that by 2. Getting stuck as the fifth wheel is twice as bad. That was the frame of mind I had as we all piled into Ian's car to go to the Gila National Forest for our hike. I know that was a weird opening to give to all of this after my depressing opening, but I want all of you to have an idea of my mindset. I'm not quite sure how to describe all of this, but I do know that I need to tell someone. I need someone else to know what happened and help me come to terms with it all. I think the only way I'll be able to explain this would be to help you see from my perspective as much as possible. So, there we were, driving down to the Gila for a hike, with me feeling like the fifth wheel wedged between 2 of Ian's friends, who I didn't know. 3 of us were crammed in the back seat while Ian and his girlfriend were up front. I look back at that unnecessary bit of moping back in August 2016 as one of the last few moments of normalcy I will have in my life. I tried to make the best of the situation. I really did. Ian was always the more social of us. Our mom used to tell us that Ian could make anyone his friend, and that once I had a friend, that I kept them. It was one of those parental platitudes that was given to reassure a socially awkward child that there was nothing wrong. Unfortunately, it would take me almost 19 years to learn that that wasn't true. Instead of taking therapist diagnosis of social anxiety disorder, following a breakdown after an office get-together as a means for seeking treatment, I used it as an excuse to cloister myself off from the world. I stayed in my apartment when I wasn't working, and I told myself I was just doing what was best for me. Of course, Ian decided that wasn't healthy, and convinced me to go on a week-long hike with him. It wasn't until I showed up at his house at 6 in the morning on Friday, after taking the day off of work, that I saw that he invited others along. I think he saw it as means of getting me help and breaking me out of my shell. Unfortunately though, with Ian's extroverted nature, he didn't realize that I liked being in my shell. It was comfortable. A turtle doesn't like being broken out of its shell. After a brief introduction where I caught no one's name except for those I already knew, my brother and his girlfriend, Jessica, Due to the morning grogginess and the rush introduction, we packed up the car and left for our hike. It took 3 hours of mostly awkward silence for us to reach our destination. Ian tried to make conversation, but my short responses and the other sleepiness killed him off fairly quickly. We found the parking lot near the Gielit Cliff dwellings. As we unpacked our gear, we took a moment to bask in the beautiful sight that sat perched above us. It's hard to believe that someone could carve an entire town into the face of a cliff, but 700 years ago people managed to do just that. Given that the parking lot was empty, except for us, we would find out why later, and I was in need of some social lubrication. We split a 6-pack of beer, and I took in the Majesty. Here's a picture in case you were wondering what the area looked like. As we finished our beers, we got everything prepared and used the restrooms. Ian explained that the path that we would be taking in detail. What we didn't know, and what my brother had failed to tell us, was that the West Fork Trail had been closed all summer due to flooding. To be honest, the path wasn't that dangerous. They had just opted not to clear it due to the recent floodings, so it would be a bit more like a rugged hike. While it wasn't perilous in itself, it did keep us from encountering other hikers, which would cause us a lot of problems when we actually needed help. Ian figured that we could make about 2 or 3 miles per hour, and we would be able to complete the Gila Loop, which was about 30 miles long, with enough time to get back on Sunday and be ready for our respective jobs on Monday, with no one any wiser that we'd backpacked a closed section of the national park. As his explanation was a bit heavy on names and locations, some of which I can't recall clearly, I opted to include a picture rather than spend a page writing out everything. For the sake of simplicity, this is the path that we were taking. In addition, I'll include a more detailed map of the entire area so you can orient yourself if you want to trace the trail we took. If you plan on following along with the path as I tell you about this experience, all I can say is, good luck. Even as I stare at it now, I feel just as lost now as I was then. I was just going along with the group and trying to keep a positive mindset about everything. I wanted to try and do a better job of getting to know Ian and Jessica's friends better. I think that my circumstances had finally began to set in. I had been living in a quiet apartment in New Mexico for over a year, and I had no friends. I would go to work, and then go home without doing anything else. Sometimes I would spend the entire weekend without saying a single word to anyone or seeing another person. I knew that if I didn't change something quick, that solitude would become the norm, and that frightened me. Our first day was relatively quiet. We spent a majority of the time taking in the sights, soaking in the sun, and breathing the fresh air. The hike felt like we were constantly moving upward. As I was unaccustomed to hiking, I frequently fell behind, but I never completely lost sight of my brother's friends. While we took a break under the shade of a tree whose bark looked like dried scales from some long-dead alligator, I tried to make small talk with everyone. I fell into a quick conversation with Ian and Jessica about their work and what they'd been up to lately. When it came time to talk to the other two, I only managed to get the conversation going a few sentences before it shivered up and died. I remember assuring myself that it would be easier when we stopped for the night. We rested for a while before continuing our ascent up the mesa. This is where everyone realized how truly out of my element I was here. The path up the mesa was agonizing for me. It seemed to never stop climbing up, and there was almost no shade to keep the sun from beating down on us. I was sweating buckets, panting and wheezing whenever they stopped to wait for me to catch up. I tried to pretend that I didn't notice their exasperated whispers or side glances, but it was easier said than done. They seemed like the outdoorsy type that had been doing this sort of thing for years. By the time our path started to level out, I was ready to turn around and leave. It wasn't until we reached the top and looked out over everything that I realized how foolish of an idea that was. Even if I was able to convince Ian to give me the keys and let me walk back to the car and go home, I had no idea where I was going or what trail markers we had been using. I imagined splitting off from the group and tromping through poison ivy, bumbling into rapey gangs of banjo-playing hill folk, or getting lost in the dark and wandering in circles until exhaustion and exposure took me. Even if I did manage to hike back to the parking lot, where was I going to go? Would I go back home to my empty apartment, eat a Hot Pocket, and feel sorry for myself again? I decided to tough it out and continue hiking. We made camp at a dry section of Indian Creek after having hiked a decent amount. Ian was confident that we'd make it back on Sunday, and that the next few days were going to be less intensive. We ate some food and stowed the rest in a bear bag, away from camp. We were passing a bottle of whiskey around in front of the campfire we had built when the conversation shifted to the most awkward moments everyone had experienced. Ian retold his story about the first time he met Jessica at a club where he was way too drunk for his own good and ended up puking on her purse. Jessica bristled at the memory and jokingly called Ian an a-hole for that. Each person shared their story about bumbling first kiss where their braces got hooked together, locking themselves out of their dorm rooms in underwear, their cringe-inducing high school edgelord personality, and caring for their drunken boyfriend who puked into their favorite bag. Then the bottle came to me, and it was my turn to tell them a story. I instantly knew what the most embarrassing story was the moment we started the conversation. I didn't tell them about the door though. Instead, I made up a story about ripping my pants in front of a group of people during a work interview that I'd probably ripped straight from the 90s sitcom. They laughed with me, and I felt like a piece of crap. They had bothered to reveal their most embarrassing moments, and were commiserating on their shared experiences, and here I was too afraid to tell them the truth, to tell them about the door. The conversation continued for a bit afterwards, as we killed the bottle. When it was dead, we had all went to bed still pretty drunk, after dousing the campfire. I woke up in the middle of the night, desperately needing to use the bathroom, still a bit fuzzy from the bullet whiskey. I tromped off into the woods to do my business. It wasn't until I was almost done that Nadia's voice cut through the blackness. She asked me if I had a lighter. Since I hadn't heard her approach, the sound of her voice made me jump. It would have scared the piss out of me had I not just gone to the bathroom. I mumbled something about having a lighter back around camp. She told me that she had dropped hers, and she asked me to help look for it. But I was too out of it to be good to anyone, so I told her that we'd look for it later. I vaguely remember her mumbling a protest as I stumbled back into my sleeping roll. It wasn't until I woke up the next morning that I realized how stupid I'd been. Apparently, they had heard yowling in the surrounding woods all last night. They thought that the sound could have possibly belonged to a Mexican gray wolf, but no one knew for sure. Ian knew that they inhabited the area, but were very uncommon. I paled at the thought of being mauled by a wolf while out peeing in the middle of the woods. I decided next time I would wake up Ian before going out into the woods to answer the call of nature. We packed up a while later, after a light breakfast, and continued on our hike. The second day was a little better. The overbearing sun I suffered previously was hidden behind heavy clouds. We crossed a number of rivers as we followed the 157-729 junction. We went along the Little Bear Canyon as we headed towards the TJ Coral, which was towards the end of the hiking loop. As the path hadn't been cleared yet, we frequently had to dodge patches of poison ivy and stinging nettles. I fared much better on this hike, and despite nursing a slight hangover, I felt like I was doing a much better job of getting around with my pack and clunky boots my brother had loaned me. We made camp around midday and purified some water from the nearby river, boiling and adding iodine tablets to them, as the last section of our hike didn't really have many opportunities for drinkable water. I think that maybe our encounter last night with the yipping and yowling wolves added a bit of seriousness to the hike, as there wasn't much joking around or conversations this night. We talked a little bit, but mainly just had something small to eat while we stared into the campfire. Ian and Jessica were the first to call it a night. I stayed up with the others for a bit, but they were mainly silent. The other two slowly went off after a bit, and I decided to enjoy the warmth a little bit longer before getting ready to go to bed for the night. Just as I finished dousing the fire, I remembered Gary coming up and asking me for the map. He told me he wanted to plan out the rest of our trip, and that there was a spring nearby that we should really visit that wasn't too far out of the way. I grabbed the map from Ian's pack and gave it to him before turning in. I woke up the next morning to the sound of Ian rustling around his bag. He sounded angrier the longer he searched. He knocked mess kits into each other as he peered deep into the pack for something he was missing. Frustrated that he wasn't finding the item he was looking for, he turned the bag upside down and dumped out everything. He was practically ready to tear out his own hair, and it seemed like he had spent the entire morning looking for that one thing. Wanting to know what was up, I walked up to him and started talking. He asked me, "Hey man, have you seen the map anywhere? I can't seem to find it." "Where's Gary?" I gave him the map last night so he could map out a little detour on the trip so we could visit a spring. "Why don't you ask him? He probably knows," I answered. It was then that Ian said something that changed everything. "Gary? Who are you talking about? Do you mean Oliver? Don't tell you thought his name was..." I explained, "No, I was talking about Gary. Tall guy, kinda lanky." "You're joking, right?" He looked confused for a few seconds and made a questioning sound, like a really old computer trying to process something before it catches fire. The pieces clicked and Ian shouted, "Who the F is Gary?" getting attention of everyone in the area. Some effing guy asked you for a map in the middle of the night and you just effing give it to him? You handed someone our stuff to some random stranger you just met in the woods? I tried to explain myself and tell him that I knew Gary, and that he did too since I remember hiking with him the day before, but I couldn't find the words to convey that point. It was here that Jessica stepped in and asked what was going on. Ian vented vitriol. How effing stupid are you even? Some random guy, Gary, comes up to you in the middle of the night asking you for our stuff and you just give it to him? Jeez, dude. We need to get that map to get around smoothly since the trails out here haven't been cleared. Ian shouted for about 15 minutes while everyone became aware of the situation. Jessica managed to calm him down enough to figure out what our next move was. While we weren't completely screwed, as Ian had memorized a large portion of trail markers, it was going to be a lot harder to navigate the necessary junctions to bring us back around to our car. We packed up all of our stuff, making sure that the guy hadn't taken anything else, and we left. The entire hike, I could feel Ian's eyes drilling into me. The last time I'd seen him this furious was just before he got into a fight with Aaron Fredlinger and beat him into a pulp. He got suspended for a week and Aaron got a black eye, busted lip, and never said anything about her mother again. Each time we came across a break in the path, we spent a few minutes while Ian tried to remember where to go. The fact that the trail had been closed and the paths were overgrown only served to make everything more difficult. I think that's how we made a wrong turn and began wandering on the faint trail. I don't actually know if that's where things went wrong, since we didn't have the map at that time, but that's my best guess, further away from home and safety. Towards midday, tensions had reached a critical point. Ian frequently mumbled things that would make a sailor blush, while Jessica tried to hide the fact that she was close to crying. Oliver attempted to lighten the situation by telling everyone that we just had to follow the compass and that we'd get home safe and sound. Oliver's girlfriend didn't say much. She just stared quietly at her feet as she walked. I think she had the right idea since Lucas was constantly misplacing his footing and slipping. He looked like he'd down a fifth of vodka and was trying to walk a tightrope while being randomly shocked with a cattle prod. The realization twisted something deep down inside and made me want to throw up. I stopped walking and began talking to Lucas. "What's going on with you, man?" Ian, still pissed off at me, took this opportunity to vent a bit. "Huh? What are you talking about now?" Lucas is bumbling and twitching all over the place. "What's wrong with..." "Don't be a dick, man. You know he has multiple sclerosis. We told you before the hike started about his condition." As soon as he said it, the events came rushing back to me, clear as day. I recall Ian pulling me to the side and telling me about his friend's diagnosis, and how this was likely going to be his last opportunity to undertake a long hike like this, so we had to help him and move slowly. I remember watching him scramble up the trail and thinking about her own mom and her illness. It brought back bittersweet memories of birthday wishes given to us from hospital beds, and hearing her sob quietly to herself in the middle of the night when she thought we were asleep. Guilt flooded over me, and I stepped forward to apologize to Lucas when it happened. Lucas growled at me the instant I stepped forward, and he dropped to a hunched position on his hands and feet. It almost looked like his skin was bristling at the possible threat, and I could see his broken and decaying teeth as he hissed at all of us, before taking off at a hopping stride into the woods. He moved like one of those CGI monstrosities from the last Planet of the Apes movie. His shaky and unstable balance was replaced by a more natural and animalistic gait as he lopped into the distance and disappeared amongst the trees. The last thing I saw was what I assumed were his clothes, sloughing off his body, revealing that they weren't actually clothes, but gray folds of skin. Oliver was the first to talk. What the fuck? As soon as Oliver said those words, it was like a switch had flipped that set everyone to panic mode. We began to run along the trail as if it would do us any good. The only thought in my head was to put as much distance as possible between me and that thing. I think it took a good 15 minutes for us to run out of energy with heavy packs and the disorienting nature of the woods. As we tried to catch our breath, I surveyed the area around us and came to the terrible realization. In our panic, we had just run off the path and we were now even deeper into the woods. We tried to make sense of what we saw. I just remember Ian mumbling the same phrase over and over. What the hell was that? The short answer was that it was Lucas. The long of it is this. There was no Lucas. Not really. I'm sorry for interrupting the story in the middle like this, but I think it's now the best time to try to explain everything. I know how confusing this all seems with Gary and Lucas, The truth is, I did that because I don't think I could have appropriately explained it to you without the first experiencing it from my eyes. I don't know what to call those things, but they do something to your mind. They insinuate themselves into your memories. They wrap themselves up in a wall of your recollections, and even though you know something is wrong, you can't quite put your finger on it. Your group of 4 friends could grow into 5, and you wouldn't be any wiser. A part of you will stupidly admonish you for ever wondering how many there were. You look at it and you recognize the face. You remember events. You remember getting drunk at a bar together. You remember them crying on your shoulder after a rough breakup. You remember everything that happened between you, but none of it is true. I don't know how it doesn't. It crawls into your head somehow and makes you see things in ways that benefits them. It can mold memories, but it can't mimic human movement. It walks on 4 claws, not 2 feet. It growls, hisses, and snarls. It doesn't talk. It infiltrates, observes, and waits. It was hunting us, and was trying to drive us deeper into the woods. It was succeeding. We never really reached much of a conclusion about what that thing was, but we did reach a consensus that we had to get out of there as soon as possible. I watched Ian as he looked around the forest and came to the same realization that I did. We were lost. He didn't tell the others. I think he realized that panicking would only get us in more trouble. Instead, he told us to follow him. With the shock of our encounter setting in, we could do nothing but follow his lead and hoped it all worked out. As we walked, we could hear the sounds of distant animals, yowling and calling out to each other. The terror of our situation deepened as the others whispered that those were the same noises that they had heard the first night out in the woods. Whatever that thing was, it was following us and calling out to the other things in the area. At the time, I couldn't stop thinking about one of them, barreling out from the underbrush and sinking its black and rotten teeth into my neck before the rest of the group could react. I remember brushing the thought off and mentally reassuring myself that there were 6 of us here, and we had only actually encountered one of those creatures. As the day pressed on and we seemingly wandered south in an attempt to pick up another trail that would lead us back to the parking lot, I couldn't help but shake a nagging feeling in the back of my mind. It felt like I'd forgotten some important deadline that I should never have forgotten about. It wasn't until Oliver mentioned that he wished of being back in the car that Jessica stopped dead in her tracks. We all turned towards her, but knew what was coming the second she asked. We only took 1 car down, right? Ian snapped, more fearful than frustrated. Of course we did. Remember how we crammed everyone in that tiny-ass Prius with all of our camping gear smashed in the trunk and on our laps? What about it? Jessica went white, as if this was the first time that Ian had ever raised his voice at her. She paused for a moment before asking, "How many of us are here right now, and how many does our car seat?" Ian's car sat 4 people comfortably, 5 uncomfortably, and there were 6 of us out in the woods at that moment. Everything happened at once. Ian swore. Oliver's girlfriend gave a half shriek and half gasp, while I looked wide-eyed from person to person, trying to figure out which one of us didn't belong there. Sarah was the only one who managed to say something, and that was, "'Tis me, sugar." She hadn't finished her own words before her jaw popped open. I don't mean that it dropped open like she was astonished at something. It popped open like it was dislocated from her face. The space between her lips was a massive sickly pink void of inflamed gums that was at least a foot wide. She looked at us with dead and dull eyes as she slowly raised a twitching hand up to her jaw and tried to lock it back into a more human-esque appearance. She popped it back into place with a hollow-sounding squelch of meat and bone shifting as if nothing was wrong about what had just happened before she tried to speak again. "It's me?" Ian was the first to react. He stepped towards the failed facsimile of a human and swung his walking stick at her face while bellowing, "Get out of here!" She hopped back from the attack in a sloppy motion and landed on all 4s. Her body shuddered, as if an electric jolt had just passed through her, as she slowly backed away from all of us while facing Jessica the entire time. She hissed at us one last time before retreating deeper into the woods with a convulsive lope. It took a moment for all of us to regain our composure before we continued walking while trying to look in every direction at once. I remember Oliver rambling as we walked. He kept asking, although no one was responding to him, "Do you see how it moved?" It was twitching like an epileptic in a rave. You ever see one of those documentaries about mad cow disease? That thing was twitching and moving like one of those infected cows. What the hell was that thing? Was it a person? What kind of person can do that to their body? It tried to talk to us. He rambled for hours before we had to stop. We had to tell him to shut up because we were worried that the thing could hear us, but really that wasn't the case. We made him stop talking because it only served to scare us. Despite stopping for the night, none of us actually slept. We sat around the campfire and listened to the sound of high-pitched whining and yelping coming from all around us. It seemed like any time I actually got close to falling asleep, the calls would start up and jolt me wide awake. We spoke in hushed whispers and tried to figure out what they wanted with us, though none of us really wanted to answer that question. The hours dragged on almost endlessly before dawn broke and we continued our hike. We spent Sunday hiking around and trying to find a familiar sight, without any real sense of where we were and where we were going. Our only hope was to stumble across another hiker or find an area with a high enough vantage point that we could survey the entire area. Unfortunately, any elevations that we climbed didn't afford us a good view of the area, and it was extremely unlikely that we'd find another hiker due to the fact that the trail had been closed and wasn't cleared. Even if we did, what were the chances that we would trust them, and that we could be certain that it wasn't one of those things? Midway through the day, Ian whispered to me, "Count the people wearing backpacks. One of them is with us again." I casually looked over my shoulder and noticed that one of our group was walking without any gear. They trailed behind us, but were still in our vicinity. They moved slowly, but didn't show any kind of jerky movements of the previous two. The thought that it was learning to mimic our movements unsettled me. Without really thinking, I shoved off my backpack and approached the imposter. Before they knew what was happening, I shoved them as hard as I could. The instant my hand pressed onto their shirt, I felt something slick and warm give away like the outer layer falling off of a rotten mango. Their shirt slid off their bodies into my hand, and I quickly realized it was their skin. The thing was actually naked, but gave the appearance of clothes by altering the color of its almost translucent skin. I dropped the skin that sloughed off and hit the ground with a wet slap. The creature toppled backwards and began yelping. I can only describe the sound like this. Imagine getting out of your bed in the middle of the night to take a piss. As you are feeling your way through the darkness to get out of your room, you step on your dog's tail. Imagine that surprised yelp of pain and that surprise that comes along with it. Now focus on that emotion you felt when you heard that noise, that sudden surprise and guilt. In reality, the sound it made was nothing like a hurt dog. It just reminded me so much of a wounded pet that I couldn't differentiate the sounds. Here's the worst part. I shouldn't have felt bad. Those things were stalking and tormenting us. They were like hunting us, and I felt bad for harming it. I shouldn't have felt bad about it, but it wanted me to, and so I did. The thing writhed on the ground on its back for a few seconds, making a pitiable noise. It reached back with its arms and pushed itself upright on its hands and balls of its feet. Its joints popped wetly, and its muscles and bones adjusted to fit its new position. It crab-crawled away while shrieking the entire time as Ian pursued it with his walking stick, hoping to catch up to it to cave its head in. It wasn't until the thing disappeared from sight that I realized that the shrieking just wasn't coming from the monster, but from Jessica as well. It was trying to mimic her response. With Ian gone and Jessica's screams possibly drawing more of those things to us, I decided that I had to do something. I stepped forward and I wrapped her up in my arms. She was shaking like a leaf in the wind. I stroked her hair and whispered that it was over. She managed to choke out something about its face. All I could make out was that something was terribly wrong with its face. She calmed down as I told her that everything was going to be alright. I didn't believe that myself, but it was the only thing that I could think of that might bring her comfort. Ian returned fuming that the monster had escaped, and I awkwardly broke off the hug. Ian didn't say anything. He just started walking. We continued following him, hoping that he would find the way, but knowing that he probably wouldn't. 6 hours later, we settled down for the night. It felt like we'd been going in circles all day and made absolutely no progress. For all we knew, the thing could have been tinkering around with our memories and convincing us that familiar landmarks were new and leading us deeper into the woods. I didn't tell the others, but I think I knew what those things wanted with us. They wanted to lead us deeper into the woods. They were trying to force us to exhaustion, and we were too weak to defend ourselves. they would descend upon us and eat us. Oliver was right about that. If this thing is similar to us in any way, then those twitching spasms were likely some sort of prion disorder that came from eating humans. After eating some jerky, since we decided against having a fire and drawing more of them to us, we reached the conclusion that we'd have to sleep in shifts. I volunteered for first watch, because my insight into the monster's behavior had robbed me of any desire to sleep. The others went off without so much as another word. They were exhausted, and it wasn't until an hour into my watch that I realized that I was too. Even given the monster's grotesque appearance, everyone needed sleep. Jessica joined me about 2 hours into my watch. She admitted that she couldn't sleep after our encounter with the creature. I nodded in agreement. Both of us had seen something terrible that others hadn't. We talked for a good 30 minutes about what we thought was going on and how everyone was handling it. She was worried about Ian. She confessed that he was acting erratic and that was scaring her. I wrapped my arms around her for a moment and told her that we were all scared. She looked into my eyes and told me that she was glad I was here, and I felt something twist deep down inside me that I had buried a long time ago when I first met her. The longer she stayed with me on watch, the more personal our conversation became. She confessed that she and Ian had been fighting a lot recently, and she was wondering if they were going to work it all out. At the start of their relationship, they were great together. He made her feel wonderful, but there was something that didn't feel right, like there was something missing. I listened to her talk about everything that was going on in her life, and I knew I had to do something. I knew that if I didn't do it now, I would regret it. I had to tell her about the door. She listened quietly as I told her everything. It was the event that precipitated my breakdown at work and my social anxiety disorder diagnosis at the therapist's office. Everything started off simply enough one Friday at work. I was in the lunchroom eating my sandwich and reading a book. As per usual, while my coworkers talked about their plans for the weekend, one of them was having a housewarming party and they were inviting everyone at work. I figured that the invitation was only extended to the people he was talking to, until he asked me if I was able to make it on Saturday. As it was the first time I had been invited to hang out after work, I chose to go. I spent all of Saturday getting ready, planning what were interesting topics to bring up in case there was a lull in conversation, and the bottle of wine I was planning to give as a housewarming gift. After psyching myself up, I left to go to the party with the bottle in hand and my spirits high. I convinced myself that I was going to be the life of the party, and that maybe if I played my cards right, I could finally find a friend at work that would make the time fly by instead of dragging on. It wasn't until I reached the house that the false bravado began to crumble apart. I stopped in front of the neighbor's house, as everywhere else already had a car parked there. It was then that I felt my heart beating like I had just run a mile. I began heading up the driveway with the wine bottle slick in my hands, from my palms sweating. It wasn't until I reached the front door that I realized that something was terribly wrong. All that excitement that had been building up since Friday afternoon was now replaced with something else. Apprehension. All those topics I had thought up seemed boring, and all those reassurances I had given myself seemed hollow. I didn't feel prepared for this at all. At this point, a small part of me whispered something that had stuck with me to this very day. That voice intimated that they never really wanted me to come out. They had only given me that invitation as a courtesy, and didn't actually expect me to come out to their house. It said that if I knocked on that door, that I would be making a fool out of myself. It told me that I wasn't even comfortable in my own skin, so how could I even dare to imagine that they would enjoy my company? They wanted to celebrate with their friends. They didn't want to listen to me fumble for something to talk about. All those fears flashed in front of me, taunting me, demanding that I knock on that door and make myself look like an idiot. The part of me told me that I was better off alone, and I listened. I turned around without even knocking on the door, and I left. No one had come in and the music was playing loudly, so I doubt that they would have even heard me anyways. I shouldn't have even been there in the first place. Maybe I saw them watching me from the window. Maybe I didn't. Maybe they were laughing at me as I drove away, flustered and embarrassed. Maybe they went back to the party and joked about the social retard who had seemingly freaked out and ran away from their own house while I went home and cried in the shower. Maybe. Jessica listened as I told her the story. She smiled sadly as I started to cry into her shoulder. All those feelings I had experienced outside of my coworker's house came rushing back. All that fear, foolishness, and fatalistic failure smashed into me like a wave on the shore. She whispered soothing words into my ear and waited for me to collect myself. Once I did, she pulled away and told me that it wasn't my fault. It was there, under the moonlight with her face inches away from mine, that I did the worst thing I'd ever done in my life. I kissed her. It was slow, hesitant, romantic. I looked into her eyes and I saw her beautiful face. She pulled me towards her as she leaned back. Lost in the moment, I held her against me, while telling her all the things I should have said when I first met her and realized that I loved her. I held her like that for a few moments, afraid that if I let her go, I'd lose this perfect moment. She was warm. She smelled like wildflowers. She smelled like happiness. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, I felt comfortable and content. I don't know when I drifted off, but I do remember waking up. In the love-drunk excitement of the previous night, I didn't think once about Ian or the consequences of my decision. I only thought about Jessica, and I forgot that she was his girlfriend. What I did last night was a beautiful mistake. I convinced her to cheat on him with me. I needed to tell him before the truth came out. I needed him to understand how I felt. I got up from the ground and stretched. Jessica was gone. I assumed she'd gone back to her sleeping role in the middle of the night. I walked over to Ian, who was just waking up. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and asked me if I stayed up all night. The words bled out of me, and once they started, I couldn't stop. I don't know what happened, man. We were just talking one moment and then the next. Ah, jeez. I didn't mean for it to happen. You know I love you, man. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. It just happened, and now I can't take it back. Jessica's cry of surprise cut me off before I could go any further. Both me and Ian turned to the sound of her distress, and we knew instantly what had happened. The backpacks with our compass, food, and water had been stolen. It knew. Don't you see it? It knew that we could identify it without a backpack, and it couldn't shape its skin to take the appearance of one, so it stole them away from us. Now the next time it worms its way into our group, we wouldn't be any wiser. Jessica and I never talked that night. Jessica had never left my brother's side that night. They had zipped their sleeping rolls together. She didn't open up to me about any of her worries, and I never actually kissed her. I poured my heart out to that thing wearing Jessica's skin while it was in my arms. I confessed my truest feelings to an entity masquerading as a person. I felt sick. The others woke up quickly after hearing Jessica screaming. We quickly searched around the area, hoping to find some scraps of food or some indication of where stuff may have been taken to. We found nothing. It was long gone. We had no food, no water, and no hope. We had no way of telling which one of those things was hijacking our heads and pretending to be part of our group so it could distract us. With our compass gone, we had no means of following a set direction and hoping to pick the trail back up. In short, we were screwed with a capital S. Oliver demanded to know what I was doing last night. He wanted to know how I could be so careless as to fall asleep when I should have been watching over them and our gear. I lied, and I told him that someone had come around the middle of the night to relieve me of my shift. I didn't mention that it was one of those things impersonating Jessica. I couldn't bear to look at either my brother or his girlfriend in the eyes at that point. Oliver started to yell, but stopped when he saw I was on the verge of tears. I don't know if it was mercy or disgust that caused him to stop. It doesn't matter either way. We gathered up the only thing that they hadn't taken that night, our sleeping rolls, and continued walking. The hike without water or the prospect of food was unbearable. We were already exhausted, and the realization that we were soon going to be starving and dehydration only served to sap out more of our energy. Within a few hours, my mouth felt gummy and dry. While we were still under the canopy of leaves, the temperature was still in the high 80s and low 90s. It didn't take long for dehydration to set in. I kept licking my lips in an attempt to keep them moist, but I could feel them beginning to crack as my saliva began to dry up as well. As we walked, Oliver picked up his pace and caught up with me. I looked over at him and knew, without him saying anything, that one of those things had joined our group. He whispered, "Don't look directly at it. Just keep it in the corner of your eye. I think that's how it messes with your mind." It would explain why you'd remember that one guy that night, but the rest of us can't. You saw him, but the rest of us didn't. Don't get close. Just keep it in the corner of your eyes. It's been trailing us for half an hour now. I think it just wants to watch us and follow us. I pretended to be cracking my neck and looked at the tag-along in my peripheral vision. It trailed behind us about a dozen feet. It's in its resting state. Its facial features appeared staticky. I couldn't make out eyes and nose, but it was constantly shifting and rippling like bubbling plastic. At this point, we were too tired to even bother chasing it off. We just kept walking and hoped that it wouldn't try to join our group. It seemed content to keep its distance and keep us in its line of sight. It followed us for another 2 miles before it broke off towards the trees with a shambling, awkward gait. We were too tired to even try and set up a shift system. We just huddled together in an attempt to convince ourselves that we were safer when we were closer together. But every time one of us got comfortable enough to drift off, those things would start making noises. The noises started off as high-pitched yips, whose sound seemed to travel for miles. As the night drew on, they grew more aggressive. I remember one time as I was drifting off, hearing the grating rasp of my name, Evan. The things weren't just following us, they were learning. They were perfecting their mimicry. The thought disturbed me more than the idea of them out there, watching us in the darkness. How long would it take for them to become more human than human? What would they do once they were capable of walking amongst people again? I drifted off to sleep with that thought beating around in my head like a man trapped inside a wall. We got up on Tuesday morning and left without a word. At this point, there was nothing left to say. Some of us had been awake all night without any food or water. The constant stress had completely worn us down. We continued hiking in the same direction we'd been going, in the false hope that we'd come across someone. In the end, our hike looked more like a death march. My feet were covered in blisters that had ruptured and plastered the soles of my feet to my socks. Every step felt like I was tearing open the wounds a bit more. In an attempt to take my mind off the discomfort, I focused on my brother who was walking in front of me. He wasn't as much walking as he was limping forward. He stopped using his walking stick and was dragging it behind him like it was a broken limb. I watched as he stepped over a rock with the walking stick slipping out of his hands. He kept dragging himself forward as if nothing had happened. He didn't even register it falling out of his hands. It was at that point that I knew something was wrong. I knew that my brother wasn't my brother anymore. I quietly picked up his stick as I passed it. Amy went to call out to him and asked if he was alright, but I shushed her. I was so sure that one of those things had replaced him and was now leading us deeper into the woods. I realized that I'd only have one chance at this. The instant it knew that we knew, it would try to run away. All that it would take was one good swing to the back of its head, and we'd be able to take out one of those things. The stick had a bit of weight to it, about 5 or 6 pounds, enough to crack open a skull if it was swung hard enough. I began walking faster while trying to avoid the underbrush that might give away my approach. The thing was wearing my brother's skin, continued limping forward as I drew closer. I waited until I was within swinging distance before raising the stick above my head. My heart was beating in my chest and my palms were so sweaty that it felt like the stick would slide right out of my hands. It kept moving on forwards, completely unaware of what I was about to do to it. I whispered, "I'm sorry," just before I swung the walking stick down with all my strength. Ian turned to face me as he mumbled groggily, "Sorry for what?" My muscles locked and I stopped mid-swing and the stick stopped inches away from his face. He blinked in surprise before muttering, "Evan, what's wrong?" His voice sounded distant and empty, like he was in between a waking and sleep state. It was then that I knew the extent of his condition. He was pale and looked like the slightest breeze would blow him over. It wasn't one of those things. He was delirious from dehydration, sleep deprivation, and starvation. The walking stick fell out of my hands and bounced on the ground next to us. I dragged my tongue across my lips. It felt like I was licking sandpaper. I whimpered, "Geez, Ian, I thought you were one of those things. Jeez. I'm so sorry." He didn't react to my apology. He just turned around and continued walking in the direction that we were going in. Amy just watched everything unfold numbly before she started following him. Oliver shook his head sadly, but he didn't look any better. His eyes were glazed and his lips were cracking and red from rubbing them. I watched my brother shambling forward, and it reminded me of one of those old voodoo movies where someone is put into a trance and forced to work until they die from exhaustion. His mouth hung open, and he moved like he was being dragged along on puppet strings. I picked up the walking stick and began to follow them. I wondered how much longer he had left in him, and what any of us could do if he just fell over and stopped walking. I wondered how much longer any of us had. I don't know how long we walked. Everything melted together in a muddled malaise at that time. I remember losing my footing and tripping a few times, but I barely felt it. The third time, I didn't even realize I was laying on the ground until Jessica stepped on me as she was passing by. There was no apology. She was too far gone to recognize that she had stepped on me. I dragged myself to my feet and felt lightheaded, but continued putting one foot in front of the other. The fifth time I fell, I wondered if it would have been better for me just to lay down and wait to die. An excited yap behind me from one of those things drove me to my feet. It wasn't until we bumped into the sign for Little Bear Canyon that I realized how close we were to salvation. The post for Little Bear Canyon also had a branching sign that pointed in the direction of TJ Coral, which was only a few miles from where we started at the Gila Cliff Dwellings, if we walked along Route 15. Ian was heading in the right direction, and we were almost home free. In my excitement, I began calling to the others to let them know that the end was near. I looked around me and shouted, "Jessica, Ian, Oliver, Heather, Amy, I know where we need to..." The words died on my lips as I counted the names, and I realized it wasn't over yet. The others kept moving as they hadn't heard me talking. The imposters shuffled alongside of us for once. It was easy to identify them. I don't know whether or not they had let down their guard after seeing our condition, but this one was obvious. She moved slowly, but her movements didn't convey her exhaustion. Everyone else was sweating and looking like the Walking Dead, but she was fine. I waited for her to get close enough to follow the trail the others were going down before I raised Ian's stick and growled, "Turn around right now. I can see you." She turned around slowly and I felt my heart skip a beat. She looked almost exactly like Jessica, except for a brown tinge in her hair. She could have been her twin. I knew what it was planning before it even opened its mouth and asked, "What are you doing, Evan?" "Don't call me that," I winced. "What are you rambling about? Please move out of the way. We're almost safe from those things." "I know what you are." Heather turned white at the realization. She began speaking quickly. "I'm not one of those things. Please, Evan, you have to remember, there were 6 of us. Those things want us to think there were only 5, so they can take one of us without the others caring. Those things don't want all of us. They only want the weakest one. Please, let's go before they catch..." "Shut up," I snapped. I raised the walking stick in my hand and I brandished it at her. "Think about it, Evan. Do I move like those things? Do I speak like them? That should be enough to prove that I'm human." "No, Ian's my brother, Jessica's girlfriend." "I'm your girlfriend. I sat on your lap on the car ride. Please, don't kill me." "Evan, I love you. Don't you remember?" "Evan, I love you." I lowered the stick that was in my hand as memories bombarded me. I had met her that one night when my brother forced me to go out to the club with them. Heather had been sitting at the bar all night drinking. It wasn't until she tried to stand up and fell into my arms that we actually talked. I remembered lazy Sundays in bed watching cheesy sci-fi movies. I remembered holding her close to me after making love and hearing her whisper sweet things into my ear. I remember our life together. I rasped, "Heather, I'm so sorry, I don't know." She cooed, "Evan, it's not your fault." She went to touch me and I sprang back like I'd been bitten by a snake. The instant I heard those words, I knocked. The stick caught her unaware to the side of her face. I felt her jaw give under way the sudden force of my attack. She bleared through broken teeth, "I love..." The second strike dented her temple as the temporal bone shattered. She kept trying to talk, but it was too late and too much damage had been done. The door was shut to me now. I kept swinging the walking stick down on her head until it splintered and snapped. I looked up from her twitching body and saw my brother watching me in horror. "Heather, oh my goodness." I spoke through gritted teeth and regarded him with red-rimmed eyes. "Come on, we have to go." He went to keep talking, but I walked past him. I didn't have to explain it to him. He eventually ran ahead, invigorated with the prospect of finding rescue on the road. I looked behind me one last time. The last thing I saw was one of those things dragging away Heather's corpse. It looked emaciated and half mad with starvation. At that very moment, I wasn't afraid of the thing. I just felt pity. Whether or not it forced that emotion on me, I'll never know. I turned away and caught up with the others on Route 15. We were on the road for 15 minutes before we managed to flag down a car and an ambulance was called for us. The doctor said that our exposure to the elements, combined with the starvation, dehydration, triggered the auditory and visual hallucinations we had experienced. It's the typical response you'd be given after hearing the half-dead ramblings about creatures warping their flesh and our memories to drive us to the brink of death so they could prey on us when we were at our weakest. We spent a week there while receiving treatments, recounting our horrific experiences, and then subsequent psyche evaluations before we were released. I tried to talk to the others about it. Ian and Jessica refused to talk to me about it. I don't really know Oliver or Amy, so that's off the table too. They just want to forget. I can't forget. Here's the thing. I still remember Nadia asking me to help her find her lighter. I recall staying up late and talking with her by the campfire while she smoked like a chimney. I can recite Jerry's terrible puns that he'd make about almost everything, and Lucas's determination at hiking this trail while slowly succumbing to the effects of his multiple sclerosis. I can recall whispering sweet nothings to Jessica under the glow of the full moon. I can still envision that moment clear as day, even months later. I know that conversation we had, word for word. I can remember the feeling of her skin against mine, and the smell of her hair as I pressed myself against it when I reached that one true moment of connectivity. I remember Heather pleading and begging me not to kill her. Despite writing this months later, I can see all those things clearly, sometimes late at night. I can even remember driving up to the Gila National Park with Heather sitting on my lap, playfully grinding against me and telling me how much fun our hike was going to be. Sometimes I think about that memory more than I should. Since I can't talk to my brother or Jessica about this, I had to find some other outlet. I guess I'm writing all this out for that one reason, catharsis. In the end, I keep wondering if what I did was right. Did I make the right choice? I want you to read this and tell me that I had no other option, that the risk of one of them escaping into the city forced my hand. I know that's not the case. I could have always walked away or tried to scare her off, but I didn't. What kind of person can look into someone's eyes, remember all the things that they did and their life they had, and do what I did? Who can have all those memories and end everything so callously? It doesn't matter if none of it was real, because in that moment, it was to me. Who can look at someone and feel such love for them before you kill them? The answer to that question is simple, now that I ask myself aloud. I just don't like the answer. In the early spring of 2011, I was hiking in a nature center late at night, as I sometimes do. I reported witnessing a conical egg-like craft landing there near the nature center pond several years ago. On this occasion, as I was returning home on the last leg of my walk through the woods, at approximately 3 a.m., I was walking past a house on the outskirts of the woods. All of a sudden, a deer runs frantically across the street in front of me, maybe 20 feet ahead, and skids and falls in front of me, as it'd been spooked badly by something. I do not think that it was me that spooked the deer, because if it had noticed me, it would not have literally run across my path. I continued walking towards my home, and took a path along the border of a farm that belongs to the last house next to the woods. The path is next to the woods, bordered by some open terrain and fields on the other side. While I was walking, my eyes were at a soft focus, not paying attention to anything in particular. Then, all of a sudden, my body instinctively stopped, and my eyes focused on the entity, approximately 25 yards ahead, slightly crouched, in a very aggressive posture, staring right at me. When I first saw the entity, I already knew that it was an extraterrestrial alien of some kind, without letting that thought occupy my mind as I was involved in a stare-down. Granted, there are so many other possibilities and explanations, logically speaking, of course, but I will elaborate on the strangeness of the encounter with this entity. The entity glowed a dull gray blue, and if I remember correctly, the moon was shining, so there was some visibility as far as light is concerned. The strange thing was that the entity uniformly glowed the dull gray blue everywhere, as if it was naked and had no clothes on. No clothing was noticed on the creature. I am not new to the UFO and alien reports due to earlier sightings I have experienced and subsequent research, but the oversized head, skinny legs and arms, large eyes were not present on this creature. In fact, the entity seemed much more human-like in form, athletic, intense, focused, at the ready, aggressive in posture. I did not notice any eyes on the creature in the gray-blue haze, yet I could tell that it was staring directly at me, in a sort of a standoffish way, like two animals in the wild that are infringing on each other's terrain. After locking eyes for 3 seconds, this entity seemed surprised to see me, as if it was waiting for me and that I'd noticed it too soon and been alerted. The creature then ran at full speed into the woods at a 90-degree angle. I heard the bushes rustle as the creature took off into the woods, and also another sound to my immediate left that sounded like a deer going through the woods by the size of the sound, as if it were chasing after the entity. I told a friend about the incident, and she said it was just some random person walking in the woods at night, and it was nothing. This, of course, is very possible, but there was a strange energy to the encounter. Nonetheless, after this incident, I have decided to take a different path home from now on. I hunt toads for my snakes down at this river. They call it the old boat ramp. I have grown up hearing people tell me weird things or how they saw something in the woods, but it just ended up being a stump or something. I never believed in those tales until last night. I was walking around under the bridge and was not having much luck finding any toads. As I reached the corner there, about 25 feet away, I saw something crouching in the water. Its back was towards me and its arms were moving, and I assumed it was eating a fish or something. This was not a split-second ordeal. I had a pretty good flashlight, a 20-volt LED DeWalt, and I had the flashlight directly on whatever this thing was. While examining it, I'm thinking to myself, this is a bear. It is hunched over and it had shoulders like a man, a back like a man, and a head like a man. But it had short gray hair that wasn't thick. You could see the pink skin underneath. After about 15 seconds of staring at this thing, it stopped whatever it was eating and turned its head to look at me. When I was examining the back, I really wasn't freaked out or scared, but as soon as it turned its head and we made eye contact, that's when the feeling shot through me. The face on this thing, well, I can't even explain it. It resembled the faces I've seen on werewolves. Small, squinty eyes, a protruding snout. I could tell it was angry. This is why I know that it was not an animal or a bear or anything like that, because as soon as it noticed my flashlight, it stopped and looked ahead of itself to see where the light was coming from. This tells me that this creature had a thinking process more sophisticated than an animal's. However, once this thing looked at me and we made eye contact, I turned around and I booked it back to my Jeep. I hopped in the Jeep and locked the doors, and then I backed the Jeep up and turned on the brights to see if this thing was coming after me. Thankfully, I didn't see anything. I went back the next morning to see if there were any tracks. I'm not easily convinced of the supernatural or what people see without any proof. I actually saw some tracks, and they were quite large. I could tell that this thing had very large claws by the prints. I don't exactly expect you to believe what I saw or what I'm saying now. All that I am saying is be careful out in the woods when you're by yourself. I live in California, where there are many hills and mountains, pines and redwoods, tree mixes with other forest trees, but not many bushes. I know the wildlife since I've lived here for 20 years, but something terrifying has been lurking around, and not even 2 hours ago, I had this problem. Police and animal control left about 30 minutes ago. They found scratches on my clay roofing shingles. I'm sleeping with everything absolutely barricaded with my guns tonight. It started a week ago, with a mixture of human and animal gurgled screams coming from the mountains, faint and distant, but if you're quiet enough outside, you could hear it faintly. 2 days pass and it's closer, louder, more spine-chilling. Another 2 days pass, and my neighbor had said that his pet birds are acting extremely strange since the noises started. A day passes, and I gather more information. The noises start the moment the sun is gone, so like 5:40 or 6. A day passes, screams are clear, terrifying, not consistent though. Maybe a 5-second scream every 30 or 45 minutes. The thing moves at a second-story height, jumps from tree to house it seems. Tonight, I heard something thud on my roof, and then I heard the scream. It sounded like a human-animal hybrid that sounded like it was gurgling its own blood. I quietly moved to the other room in order to look out the window to see what this thing was. I saw what looked like a humanoid figure about 5 feet tall, and it was on all fours. Its body was very bony, and it seemed to have claws for hands. As soon as I saw the creature, I immediately let out a scream. This alerted the creature, and it jumped off my roof off into the woods. If you guys have any idea what this could possibly be, please let me know. When I I was about in middle school, my mom and I were driving home. It was winter and a full moon because I remember the snow glowing under the moon. It was only about 6 p.m., but it was really dark. We were going about 55 miles per hour when this thing crosses and steps in front of us. The only way that I can describe it is if you combined a deer, a dog, and a human. It stood about as tall as our windshield. It had the legs of what I described as a deer. Its back was hunched over and it was walking on all fours. It had the head of a dog, minus the ears, but its eyes were white. It didn't have a tail. The freakish thing about this creature was its skin. It wasn't a canine with mange or anything. It had actual human skin, all the way down to its legs, too long to be dog legs. It had the rotting meat odor, and some parts of the flesh were broken open. It was pale white, and you could see its veins. This thing was very fast. It stood there and just ran across the road in the blink of an eye. My mom had to pull over to calm down, but we both saw it. This encounter occurred when I was about 8 years old. At the time, my family was renting and renovating a house that had been built in the 1700s. Some of the original house remained on the exterior. Admittedly, an awesome place to live as a kid, if you're the adventurous type. The property sat on 80 acres that included a large forest and a small pond about a mile back behind the house. My dad and sister and I would often walk out to the pond, which entailed a 15-minute journey through the dense New England forest. We called the pond Beaver Pond, due to the many beavers that lived in the area. My sister is 2 years younger than I, so she was about 6 at the time. One day, the three of us made our walk out to the pond in the early evening. Soon after we arrived at the pond, for some reason I wanted to go back to the house. I don't believe it was anything unusual. Halfway along the path home, the forest had started to dim a bit, and I got uncomfortable, so I began to run. I'm not sure why I wasn't looking in front of me. I might have been glancing to the sides and back, as my paranoia mounted, and suddenly, bam, I ran right into it. Shocked, I took a step back, and this is what I remember seeing. It was at least 3 times my height, and it stood on 2 legs. It was completely covered in long, gray-brown, slightly matted hair. Not fur, but hair, similar to humans. I recall it looking like a sloth, especially the head, that was walking upright on hind legs, with very slow movements. Most of it was moving in slow motion. I don't remember any facial features. Its arms were held up, kind of like a kangaroo's front legs. I didn't sense any malice or aggression coming from the creature. If anything, I got the feeling that it was surprised as I was. As soon as I got over my shock, I ran around it and continued running back to our house. I glanced back and saw it slowly turning its entire body around to look at me as I raced home. A couple of days ago, I asked my mom if she remembered me telling her about the incident, and she did, and added a couple of details. She said that I did describe a face and eyes watching me, and that at some point it hid behind a tree to watch me. I don't recall that part. Now, when I was 18, I was watching an episode of Unsolved Mysteries with my father late at night. A segment about a Sasquatch came up. After the segment, my dad told me that once, when we lived in New Hampshire, he took my sister in the family station wagon for a drive through the woods around the house. He said that at one point, both he and my sister saw something brown race across the road in front of them. At first, I thought it was a deer, he said, but I quickly realized that it had a humanoid shape and it stood up on 2 legs, taking giant strides. I recently asked my sister about this, and she remembers it well. So there you have it. I know all too well about the fallibility of memory, and I readily admit that there were a lot of inconsistencies, but I've documented exactly what I remember, no more or less. At the time of the encounter, I didn't really know anything about ghosts, monsters, or Bigfoot. I did, however, have an intense phobia of primate faces for the rest of my childhood, up until I hit adolescence. Some people have suggested that I undergo regression hypnosis, but to be honest, I'm a little too afraid to. I can't shake the sense that there was more to the encounter that I can't remember, or was somehow lost. There could be a perfectly normal explanation. In fact, this is likely. However, I haven't been able to come up with anything that makes sense, other than the whole thing being the overactive imagination of a child. This happened in the middle of the night at my mom's house some years ago. I was asleep on the floor in the living room. Next to the living room is a room that can be seen through two large French doors. We call it the middle room. Next to that was my mother and stepdad's bedroom. The light in the middle room was left on, partly dimmed at night. I awoke and I saw 3 short gray aliens walking around in the middle room. They were about 5 feet tall, had long skinny arms, and were wearing these dark colored jumpsuits. The arms stood out to me the most because of how thin they were with no muscle tone. The eyes looked solid black and they were larger than a human's, though not as large as shown in some depictions. I don't remember about the noses or mouth, other than that those features were small and not noticeable. I don't remember any details about hands. I was able to sit up partly as I was watching them, but I had no energy to do anything else. They didn't seem to notice that I was watching them. Within a couple of minutes, I fell back to sleep. I'm guessing that they transmit something to keep everyone passed out, but sometimes it doesn't always work 100%. Here's the kicker. In the morning, my mom walked in and she said that the aliens were there the night before. I then told her what I saw. I asked her how many there were and what they looked like. Her description matched what I had seen. She had some other alien encounters, but this was the only time that I was there as a witness. This encounter happened around 2 years ago while I was living with my parents in Texas. At the time, I was waking up from a short nap and I didn't see anything unusual. I just figured it was some partial dream or something. I was napping on my bed. At the time I had a futon, so I wasn't too far off the ground, in the middle of the day. I can't remember the exact timing of when this took place to save my life. As I opened my eyes, I saw for only a second the image of a white humanoid creature kneeling on its haunches, looking at me. It couldn't have been very tall, since its eyes were only an inch above my bed. I could see the top of its knees, which were resting against its head. While I can't remember many details about its face, I knew somehow that it wasn't entirely right, for lack of a better term. I can't remember if it even had hair on its head, or the color of its eyes, but I can remember that its skin was very pale, and looked as if it was just skin and bones. I don't know why the image of this creature was so vivid, even though I only saw it for a second, but even to this day, it stands out. The best thing that I can refer this thing to is a crawler. It was around 1 a.m. and I was gaming on my PC, since it was the weekend and I didn't have to worry about waking up for school. I stood up from my desk and made my way to the bathroom. I did my business as usual, but I noticed that the window was open. It was one of those windows that you have to slide open and close. Since I lived in Australia, it had a mosquito netting. Although it was pitch black outside, during the day it had rained on and off multiple times. The wind was picking up and I thought I'd have to go and close the window in case it rained again. The window was located directly above the bathtub, so in order to reach it, you'd have to put 1 foot inside. The window would always require a bit of effort to close, so as I started to close it, it made its usual sound as it dragged against the frame. Now before I get to the scary part, I have to explain the layout of my house. This was my old 2-story apartment complex, and outside and underneath the window is a little roof overhang, which shields the back door. As soon as the window started to close, I heard 2 loud footsteps banging on the roof, and then for a half second, I saw the silhouette of a humanoid being go past the window, as if it just jumped. I heard no landing sound, but this was entirely possible since the fence to the left of the bathroom was about 2 meters away from tall grass on the other side. Now, I know that it was really dark, but I swear that this wasn't a bird or a bat with its outstretched wings. It was definitely a humanoid shape, and it was much too large to be a possum. I instinctively jerked back out of the bathtub, and I ran into my parents' room, screaming and waking them up. Now this is the part that makes me sick to my stomach. My parents' curtains were wide open, but this means that the creature would have been able to stare at my parents sleeping. I don't know how I managed to sleep that night. If this was truly an alien, then it was only 1 meter away from me through a wall and a window. This happened about 4 years ago, before people started getting internet access. We had never heard of shadow people or anything remotely similar and if we wanted to learn about something, we went to the public library, and I took every opportunity to read about ghosts, vampires, and demons. I grew up in a very negative and a very angry home, so in retrospect, I can see how something like this came to be in my house. A friend and I were hanging out at my house, and we decided to leave. I was 2 years under the age of driving, but Tom had his license and his own car. We left the house through the kitchen door into the backyard, from which you make an immediate right turn, go through the gate, and you're standing on the driveway. Even though nobody else was home, we typically didn't bother locking the kitchen door, because it was a safe and quiet neighborhood, and the door was behind a gate. We went to his car, but as I got in, he remembered that he had forgotten something inside. I waited in the car as he went back in through the gate and into the kitchen. The kitchen was what I referred to as a shotgun kitchen. When you went through that door, you could see the whole length of the kitchen and down the entire hallway that ended in a bathroom. Down that hall, the doorway to my bedroom was the first door on the left, and immediately across from it was the doorway to the den with the sofa and TV. Not more than 10 seconds after he went in, Tom came flying through that gate faster than I thought he could move. His skin had gone pale, and he was definitely horrified of something. He jumped in the car and turned it over, and hauled it out of my driveway. He wouldn't answer my questions about what was going on until we were gone. He told me that he went into the kitchen. Movement down the hall caught his attention. He said that he saw someone come out of my room, cross the hall, and enter the den. He said it was shaped like a person, and it reminded him of a ghost, except that instead of being white, it was black, and it scared the crap out of him. I had known Tom for a couple of years up to this point, and him being a liar was not part of his personality. He just wasn't the type to make things up. I lived in that house for 4 more years and never saw anything like that. However, Tom never set foot in that house again. He moved a couple of years after this happened, and we lost touch. But a year or two after he moved, he tracked me down and showed up one night while we were shooting some pool and drinking beers. I asked him about that one night, and he still stood by his original account. I still believe him. When I was about 12 years old, I was laying in my bed on Christmas Eve. My bed was exactly opposite my large bedroom window, which gave me a view of the top of our property fence and a very large tree just beyond it. It was one of those weird nights where it seemed to never truly get dark. The sky kept a red hue about it all night. I was past the age of major Christmas excitement, so I fell asleep pretty normally. I woke up suddenly and I was fully alert. I was laying on my back when I opened my eyes. They met another set of eyes. Outside, sitting in the tree beyond the fence, that's what I can only describe as a demon. It was fully fixed on me and not moving. The eyes reminded me of a cat. Huge with elongated pupil, yellow and very iridescent. The body was not large. It was pretty lean and dark scaly skin covered its body. It was sitting with its legs pulled over its chest, kinda crouched. This visual has stayed with me vividly for my entire life. Over 20 years have passed and I can still see it sitting across from me like it was just the other day. I felt scared and threatened inside for myself. We maintained eye contact for what felt like a very long time. I don't remember breaking eye contact, saying anything, or seeing it move. It seemed like I just fell back asleep at some point, but I kind of doubt that's actually how it happened. I wondered if I was hypnotized or something. I woke up the next day and I remembered it immediately. I just knew it wasn't a dream. It was far too real. I didn't say anything to my parents at this point, as it was now Christmas Day, but I was sullen and it affected me greatly. Fast forward to the next Christmas Eve, and every Christmas Eve that followed me up until the age of 18. I fainted every single Christmas Eve for at least 5 years. Fainting was not something I typically did. It was scary in itself, and it always had the same experience. I'd feel this aura begin to fill itself into my body. I would then hear this faint symphony music and experience this coma-like state where I could hear the people around me trying to help, but I couldn't react. Eventually, I couldn't keep this secret anymore. I was smart enough to make the connection that I saw this demon and had since fainted daily on the anniversary of it. I told my parents what I'd seen years ago, expecting them to say something silly or crazy. But instead, they met me with a stony face, and I got to hear their stories. I won't tell you what they experienced, but it wasn't pleasant. Needless to say, this is a very serious thing that me and my family are going through. I am not one for camping. I simply just do not see the appeal. However, my daughter insisted that we go camping together, and I would do anything to spend more time with my daughter. So naturally, we went camping, but in our backyard. Our backyard is pretty nice. It's fenced in and has a fire pit. However, on the other side of the fence is an endless forest of trees. Some nights we hear animals out in the woods, nothing outside the ordinary. We set up camp inside our fence. We did this mainly so we could plug in a TV and watch TV while camping. Not exactly traditional camping, but it worked for me. Things started off great. We pitched the tent, inflated the air mattress, and started a fire out in our fire pit. This was actually kinda nice. This kind of camping was much different than the kind I had with my family growing up. We put out the fire early and went inside our tent to watch some TV. My daughter, being young, naturally wanted to watch Frozen. I sighed in frustration and agreed. It wasn't long into the movie before I was fast asleep. I assumed it wasn't much longer before my daughter did the same. I woke up a couple hours later. My daughter was fast asleep inside her sleeping bag. The TV was still on. I was about to turn off the TV and go inside to use the bathroom, which is a huge perk camping in your backyard. But I was stopped by the sound of what sounded like an elk screeching out in the woods, just on the other side of the fence. I thought. That sounded kinda close, and kind of odd. I didn't think elk were nocturnal animals. I could be wrong. I was about to get up again when I heard the weird sound of something tampering with the fence. It sounded like the elk was rubbing against the fence, or trying to jump over. I know elk will sometimes rub their antlers on trees, but not normally a fence. I was kind of paralyzed by this. The brief thought of a burglar jumping in our backyard terrified me. At that moment, I was able to hear something successfully jumping over our fence. Now, I was on full alert. I could hear the sounds of something walking around our backyard. It sounded like it was walking on all fours, but I could be wrong. This would, however, support my elk theory. The animal then walked over to our tent. I was able to tell due to the footsteps, and I was able to hear heavy breathing. The breathing was not natural. It sounded as if someone was trying to breathe, but their lungs were filled with blood. The creature then started to circle our tent. I could see parts of the tent caving in, as if someone was pushing their hand against the canvas. This was terrifying. It definitely looked like a hand. Thankfully, my daughter was in the middle of the tent, and whoever was outside was not able to touch her. The creature then walked around to the front of the tent, and seemed to stumble across the extension cord coming from the TV. It began pulling on the cord, and the TV began to move. This snapped me out of my shock, and I immediately got up and unplugged the TV. The cord was quickly pulled out of the tent. I went over and hugged my daughter, doing my best to control my breathing. My heart was pounding outside of my chest. A part of me was glad that my daughter was still asleep. The creature then made its way closer to the front of the tent. That is when I began to see the zipper to the tent move. It was trying to get in. Again, I was able to hear the creature breathing so unnaturally. I did the only thing that I thought I could do at the time, and I just held the zipper closed. The creature eventually stopped and continued walking around the backyard. At one point, it sounded like the creature was on our deck. The creature definitely had hooves. It wasn't long before our automatic porch light turned on, casting a shadow of the creature on our tent. The outline was terrifying. Whatever it was tall, it was lanky. The limbs looked bent. A part of me wanted to open the tent and peer outside to see whatever creature this was, but something told me that was a stupid idea. Thankfully, the porch light seemed to spook the creature off, and it ran off in the backyard, jumping over our fence. I took this time to pick up my daughter and head inside. I moved quicker than normal, and thankfully, my daughter didn't wake. I was able to open the door quickly and lock it behind me while holding my daughter. I set her down in her room on her bed, and we both spent the night inside. The next morning, I woke up and went outside to clean up camp. I could see hoof prints around my backyard. The prints were circling our tent and all over the backyard. They definitely belonged to a deer of some kind. Keep in mind, my backyard fence is about 6 feet tall. Not an easy jump for anyone. I just brushed it off as a weird encounter with a deer in my backyard. I was kind of impressed for the deer to be able to jump like that. Anyways, fast forward a week. I'm out by the fire pit, enjoying a nice beer. The fire pit is not too far from the fence. As I'm relaxing by the fire, I'm able to hear something on the other side of the fence. It's that breathing again. That disturbing breathing. I immediately hop up and try to look over the fence. By the time I get there, I'm only able to see something running off into the woods. It looked big. I then decide that I am done being outside, so I go put out the fire and head back in. I'm freaked out about everything, but I don't tell my wife. She gets spooked about everything. I spent the rest of the evening just hanging out and watching TV downstairs. I can hear my wife doing the dishes in the kitchen. She enjoys doing it and it helps her relax for some reason. Lucky me. Like most kitchen sinks, there's a window nearby that allows a full view of the backyard. As I'm relaxing and watching TV, I hear the shattering of dishes, followed by my wife saying, "What the hell is that?" She's pointing out the window to the backyard. I get up and glance to see what she's looking at and follow her finger. Standing in the backyard is only what I can describe as a demon. The creature was tall and pale, very long limbs. It had antlers but had the face of a man. The creature seemed unaware that we were able to see him. It seemed to be sniffing around where I was sitting near the campfire. I did the only thing I thought I could do at the time and called the police. Before I was able to finish the call, the creature had jumped back over the fence and off into the woods. I made a report over the phone, but I did not recommend any officers coming out. The creature had left, so there was no point. After dealing with that and trying to calm down my wife, it was pretty late at night. I'm not sure what to call it. The only thing that comes to my mind is a demon of the forest. I'm pretty sure the creature that my wife and I saw was the same creature that was trying to get into the tent that one night. Whatever the creature was, it was now getting braver. My wife and I began waking up late at night. We began hearing sounds coming from our backyard. They were the sounds of that same scream with the lungs filled with blood. This creature was smart. It stood just far enough to where it would not turn on our automatic porch light. Standing in the darkness of our backyard, at times I would see what looked like red eyes peering back at me, but I can't be completely sure. We would waken to screams about every other night, each time the screams being closer and closer. I think one night the creature was able to enter our home. I remember waking from a deep slumber, still very groggy and disoriented. My daughter leaves the bathroom light on, which is down the hall from our bedroom. Its dull light shines through the bottom of our doorway. Once I was awakened, I heard the sounds of what sounded like hooves coming up our wooden stairs. The footsteps went from the stairs to the front of my bedroom door. I could see the shadow underneath the door. I could hear the door handle slowly turning, but the door never opened. The creature then turned around and walked back down the stairs. For whatever reason, instead of getting up and making sure my house was cleared of whatever creature, I just went back to bed. I woke up the next morning and immediately checked on my daughter. She was okay. Whatever I had experienced the night before must have been a dream. That is until I went downstairs and saw the back door. It was wide open. I am a forest ranger, and I cover one of the largest national parks in the United States. I cannot give you my station's name for obvious reasons. Quick backstory. I was recruited out of college by one of my professors who retired from the parks and worked part-time as an econ teacher at my college. He was a great man, but passed away a few years ago to cancer, unfortunately. I have been working at this location for about 4 years, but overall 9 years in other locations. Like I said, I have been here for 4 years, but I still see and hear things that surprise me every day. For starters, this place is odd. It's unlike any forest I've ever encountered in my career. The forest has a perpetual, yet almost paranormal, thick fog. Once you leave the forest grounds, the sky clears for the most part. It's like an invisible boundary. This fog makes it very difficult to navigate, and if you are new to the area, you are bound to get lost. It's very strange. Another thing that is strange is instead of using standard weapons, we carry a heavy arsenal in our station. These aren't your typical rifles, but rather military-grade fully automatic weapons. I have never seen this ever at any Forest Service station. I am told that the head ranger was good friends with a guy in the army, and because of that, we got the hookup. Another excuse I've heard for these kind of weapons is that there is a lot of poaching in the forest. We have a lot of endangered animals in the forest and we need to protect them. But I don't know. Other forests I was stationed at, we typically just enforce this with heavy fines. But every place is different. Another thing that is very strange is that there is a highway-like road that goes through the part of the forest but doesn't exit, meaning that it leads somewhere in the forest. Now here's the weird part. Only people with military authorization are allowed to use this road. Forest rangers and other personnel are not allowed to use the road or even walk adjacent to it to see where it leads. Even talking about the road will lead you to being reassigned or terminated. Another thing that's weird about this forest is that there is a third-party company that is in charge of taking care of any missing persons case inside the forest. This company doesn't even have a name, not even a logo that's associated with. We just call them on a special telephone that we have in our chief ranger's office. Needless to say, we're kept pretty busy throughout the year, helping campers find their campsites, catching illegal fishermen and hunters, the usual. The strangest and somewhat terrifying thing about all of this is that no ranger is allowed out of the forest past 8 a.m. or before 6 a.m. I have no explanation why this rule is in place, but it makes me and other rangers uneasy. It's as if something's out there and we need to protect ourselves during the night. Now that I've covered the backstory, let me tell you about my terrifying experience. It was Tuesday, around 6:30 a.m. The sun had yet to rise and the visibility was near non-existent. I was on a back trail with my four-wheeler, driving slowly not to wake any nearby campers that were sleeping. I have my four-wheeler lights on, plus a heavy-duty headlight I like to wear when I'm driving. This helps me see through the thick fog. Mornings are typically quiet, due to the sun not being able to reach through the forest fog until about 8 a.m., but this morning was deathly quiet. There were no noises being made by any animals of any kind. No birds chirping, bugs buzzing. I didn't pay much attention to this since the low hum of the four-wheeler drowned out the silence. The lights on my four-wheeler then came across a campsite that instantly disturbed me. The campsite looked like a crime scene. The tent was shredded and blood covered the tent. The campsite was utterly destroyed. It looked like a bear had dragged someone across the campsite while bleeding everywhere. I didn't find any bodies. Other than the blood, there were no remnants of anyone. Technically, this event would be considered a missing persons case, and the third-party company would investigate. I was about to call it in, but I was perplexed by the situation. I had never seen so much blood before. I couldn't help but think that whatever creature did this was still here. That's when I noticed how quiet it was outside. I felt exposed. I went back to my four-wheeler and tore off in the direction of the main station, not caring about waking any of the other campers. I reached back in record time and called in the situation to the third-party company. They came quickly and immediately quarantined the campsite and any nearby campsites. They were in hazmat suits. Some of them were holding machine guns and making sure that no one could see what was going on. I was interviewed and told that what had happened was a pack of wolves had gotten hold of some campers that left out some food. This was interesting. I had worked here for 4 years and never seen or heard any wolves before. I had seen mountain lions and bears, but never wolves. By the time the interview had ended, it was 8:17 a.m. and the campsite was cleaned up. The other rangers were coming in from checking their respective sectors and asked me what had happened. I told them I couldn't say and not to worry about it. They seemed spooked since they could tell I was still recovering from seeing that horrific sight only hours before. This had been the first time I'd stumbled across anything like this in this forest. Apparently, the third-party company didn't seem fazed, and it looked like business as usual for them. As I said before, the company was unnamed and didn't have any logos, so I couldn't tell you what the name of the company was. We would see them roughly once a week or so, investigating or cleaning up campsites. Again, this was unique to this forest and this forest alone. At 9 a.m., we all met for a morning meeting. The chief ranger exited his office with the man that interviewed me and met us all out in the meeting area. The man that interviewed me spoke first. He didn't identify himself or who he was with, but thanked us for our cooperation and that new measures were going to be in place. The first being that curfew was now from 6 p.m. till 9 a.m. Also that no one was allowed in or out of the campgrounds. If anyone tried to leave, that they were to be escorted back to their campsites until the investigation had ended. If they refused, then we had the legal right to detain them and place them inside our holding cells. Another change was that once curfew began, that we were to take turns guarding the perimeter of the ranger station, using lethal force against, and I quote, any creatures. The man was not specific as to what kind. I think this was by design. He then thanked us for our cooperation and left. The chief ranger then spoke and reconfirmed everything the man had said earlier. He made it clear that we were not to be alone and not to be out past curfew. The rest of the day was complete chaos. Most, if not all campers, were trying to leave the campgrounds. We had to escort them back to their campsites, save a handful of them that we ended up detaining. They had been spooked by the investigation and caught wind of what had happened. They all wanted to leave. And for that, I don't blame them. I did find it odd that we had to detain people from leaving the campgrounds. I can see why we wouldn't let in new campers, but not to let them out? That seemed kind of wrong. Throughout the day, we received reports of large wolves around the campsites. I took a couple of rangers with me out to the areas where the reports were called in from. We were armed with the fully automatic weapons and began looking for the wolves in the dense woods that were covered with the fog. The fog was thick and made any visibility near impossible. We did see a couple of tracks, but they were inconsistent. They would start off as wolf prints, but then gradually change into hooves of some kind. My theory was that the hoof prints were older and harder, and it looked like the prints were changing, but were just old prints that hadn't rubbed away yet. It didn't make perfect sense, but that's what I went with. While looking for the wolves, we came across a figure standing in one of the paths. It looked like a young girl. She looked ill. Our visibility wasn't great, but it was clear that she was disoriented. Her hair was messy and had twigs in it. Her limbs looked bruised and broken. One of the junior rangers went over to assist, but she walked off the path, away from us. The junior ranger followed her, assuming that she was scared of us since we had guns and that we were strangers to her. The ranger set aside his gun to comfort her and continued walking towards her. Suddenly, we heard a shriek coming from deep inside the forest, away from the girl. We all looked in the other direction, only for a moment, and looked back. The junior ranger was now nowhere in sight. "What the hell?" I said out loud. I readied it out to the ranger, but no reply. I walked over to where he was last seen and picked up his gun. I kept within the sight of the other rangers, not daring to go further. Well, he knows his way back," I said. I walked back to the path, and I took the other rangers back to the ranger station. We get back to the station, and surprisingly enough, it's 5 p.m. Where did the time go? I wondered. I hope the junior ranger makes it back before curfew. It's only an hour away. The handful of rangers went inside, and we got ready for curfew. We have rangers ready, standing on the balcony with spotlights and machine guns. Again, we aren't exactly sure what we're looking for, but we're told to shoot any creature within sight. I glance at my watch every 5 minutes or so, waiting on the junior ranger to arrive until 6 p.m. rolls around. We get inside the station, and I begin to worry what will happen over the night with the campers and rangers stuck outside. During the night, I am given the shift 2 to 4 in the morning to stand guard on the ranger station. I am accompanied with a fellow ranger named Gabe. He has been at the station for roughly the same amount of time I have been. We were well acquainted, and even hung outside of work a couple of times. Needless to say that my shift was somewhat enjoyable, minus the fact that we were somewhat terrified of being outside on watch. Again, we did not know what we were looking for. Nothing happened the first hour. I worked the spotlight, and Gabe kept his aim with his weapon. We probably enjoyed ourselves too much and were distracted when we heard rustling in the woods not too far from the station. I aimed the spotlight in the woods and saw the silhouette of a very large animal. The eyes were reflecting an eerie green color that looked haunting. The animal looked like a wolf, but with the mass of a bear. We were surprisingly not too concerned since we were safe from harm being on top of the station. Gabe took aim and shot twice, once clearly hitting the animal. Nothing happened. Gabe chuckled a nervous laugh. "I did hit that thing, right?" I agreed, and Gabe fired again, but to the same effect. Finally, Gabe just let it rip and went full auto on the animal. By this time, more rangers emerged on top of the station. They were obviously trying to see what we were shooting at. Once Gabe finished the clip, the animal finally sprinted off, but to our horror, on only 2 legs. You could hear the other rangers gasp in terror at the ungodly sight of this unknown beast. By this time, all the rangers were talking and theorizing what we were looking at. After 15 minutes in the cold evening air, all the excitement died down and we were left to finish our shift with only Gabe and I. By the time we were done with our shift, the other rangers seemed worked up. Word had gone around about the creature in the woods. I tried to get as much sleep as I could before 9 a.m., but to no avail. 9 a.m. came around and the curfew was lifted. The rangers were able to start their duties in the forest, although hesitantly. Most rangers either saw or heard the events last night, and they didn't want to meet the seemingly bulletproof werewolf. I was worried about the junior ranger that went missing yesterday, and I made sure to keep my eyes peeled while servicing the forest. I gathered a group of 6 rangers, and we loaded our guns on our 4-wheelers and took off into the endless forest that surrounded us. We didn't have to drive very far to see that the creature made very easy prey of the campers that were forced to stay quarantined in the forest. The first campsite we reached had a camping trailer turned over. The campsite was destroyed. I jumped off my 4-wheeler and readied my weapon. Other rangers followed me as we investigated the campsite for anyone that was hurt or needed medical attention. This campsite had a lingering odor that I can only describe as rotting meat. It was horrific and led me to believe that whoever was staying here was definitely dead. The site was covered in blood, and the trail that led out looked like someone was being dragged. After a brief search of the campsite, we saw that no one was there. I decided that it wasn't safe for us to be out and we should return back to the station. As I was walking back to my 4-wheeler, we all heard the sound of a screaming person, but it sounded so wrong. Have you ever tried to scream underwater? That's what it kind of sounded like at first, but it was accompanied with the sound of radio static. All of our attention was drawn towards the area where the sound was coming from, and to our horror, we saw what looked like 3 figures standing off in the fog of the forest. They were all obscured by the fog, but we were able to see what looked like antlers on people. What? The screams continued. Rather than investigate to see if the people were okay, I made the decision to take everyone back to the station for safety. I hopped on my 4-wheeler and drove back with my fellow rangers, with the screams of the people fading in the forest. That is, until the screams were getting louder. We were being chased by these things, and they were gaining on us. I was going full throttle, and yet these creatures made ground. At one point, I could hear footsteps of something heavy making its way behind me. I was the second to last rider in our group, and for a brief moment, I swear I could hear something heavily breathing behind me. A part of me wanted to look, but I knew if I looked, I would definitely die. The fear and curiosity was on the forefront of my mind, but I was too terrified to look. Finally, we were able to see what looked like the station just a couple of meters off the trail. By this time, the screams and sounds had stopped. We pulled into the station, and I was able to see that the ranger behind me was missing. The ranger either went another way, or something grabbed him out there. Something was actively picking off the rangers. Something is eating the campers in the campground. It seems that all we can do is try to survive, whatever creatures were in the forest. We call in the trashed campsite to the third-party company, and we report the missing ranger. The chief ranger now catches wind of the two missing rangers and seems spooked. The company comes in as usual and pulls in with a full hazmat team, as well as a full-suited SWAT team that are wearing gas masks. The head guy from the company calls an impromptu meeting with all the staff and rangers on the campgrounds. The meeting is brief, and hardly no information is shared about what is going on, or what the creatures were. He then tells us that we are no longer allowed outside. We were to defend the ranger station at all costs. This meant that we were not allowed to open the doors to anyone unless it was him or another high-ranking military personnel who should be there in about 3 days. Essentially, we were being quarantined inside the ranger station for 3 days, until the military is able to come and relieve us of the station. The man leaves and the chief ranger says a few words before the meeting ends. Look guys, this is not the first time something like this has happened. This is all pretty standard and we will get through this, as long as we stay together and stay outside of the fog. The people that you see in the fog are no longer people. Don't be fooled if they try to speak to you. Shoot anything that won't come inside the spotlight. They hate the light. What? What was going on? What the hell does that even mean? I thought to myself. What did he mean by, they aren't people anymore? What was the thing that was out in the woods? What is going on with the people in the campsites? Why am I not getting any answers? The rest of the day, all of the rangers are posted up inside the station. Their weapons are pointed at the reinforced barriers on the doors and windows. The company cleaning up the sites began using flamethrowers on the crime scenes inside the campgrounds. I was able to see this since I was posted on the roof again with Ranger Gabe. It was clear that whatever was making these messes, they wanted to remove any evidence of it being alive. Night came quickly, mainly because we were all dreading it, and this made time go by way faster. I was to take the late shift again, from 4 to 6 a.m., but I wasn't paired with Gabe. I had Emily, who was a good ranger but was in her 40s, and was thinking to transfer soon. She wasn't someone I could easily talk to, but was still a nice person. I tried my best to get them sleep before my shift, but once night came, we all heard the screams. Again, they sounded distorted and infused with static. This chilled me to the bone, since there were way more of these things out there. It sounded like a dozen or so, and they were all circling the station, just out of view of the spotlight. About every hour or so, we would hear shots fired, but nothing would come of it. 4 o'clock came and I had about 2 hours of sleep. I was exhausted, but the adrenaline and the situation was keeping me awake. Emily and I perched on top of the station, and Emily worked the spotlight. The light cut through the thick darkness and fog, providing a small beam of light in the dark void of the night. I was able to make out green eyes surrounding the station, but whenever the lights would shine in that direction, the creatures would fall back behind the dense trees that surrounded the station. About 7 minutes into my shift, and I saw a figure walk out from the trees about 50 yards away from the station. I aimed my machine gun at its center mass and had my finger ready to shoot when Emily shined the light on it to reveal that it was the junior ranger that went missing the day before. "There's no way," I screamed as I aimed my gun away. The junior ranger looked like he was dragged behind a horse for 3 miles. His limbs were all broken, his neck was twisted, and his head was bent at a 90-degree angle. "Rookie," I screamed, "are you okay? What happened?" He didn't say anything. He just stood there as if he didn't hear me. Emily screamed at me, telling me to shoot him and shoot him now. "I'm not gonna shoot him, he's hurt," I responded defiantly. "It's not him anymore, shoot him." I aimed down the sights to get a better look at him. The junior ranger had his mouth open as if he was about to say something. The sound of the horrific scream came out surprisingly at a loud volume. I was taken back by this and lost my aim for only a moment. I wasn't ready to shoot what looked like a fellow ranger. I aimed again and quickly unloaded my mag inside of him, each shot clearly hitting with bits and chunks flying off, but he just stood there. I reloaded and went to aim again when I saw he was gone. What was left behind was a small puddle of black oily substance that smelled like the spoiled meat from earlier. Screeching now began from the forest, and it got louder and louder. The creatures were a little bit more visible, but still unclear. They seemed unfazed by our firepower and were ready to make a move on our station. We called down to the rest of the station and told them that we were on high alert. Every person was armed in less than a minute, guarding an entryway of the station. We remained on top of the station, providing spotlight coverage for those below. We began to hear a mixture of screams from both the creatures and the Rangers. It sounded as if the creatures were flanking on all sides and were trying to make it inside. More figures emerged from the forest, screeching while doing so. The sounds alone were enough to disorient and to terrify anyone that was nearby. The creatures were fast. It was almost as if our bullets were useless. Emily told me that all we had to do was to make it to sunrise and that we would be okay. At this rate things were going, I wasn't sure if that was possible. It sounded as if whatever those things were inside. There was still gunfire for the next 10 minutes or so. Then, there was an eerie silence that fell over the station. The Rangers below had either ran out of bullets or, worse, the creatures had gotten them. Emily and I stayed on the roof, locking the only access point hatch, preventing anything from getting to us. We still had some ammo and our spotlight, but somehow the creatures were able to find a fuse box inside, and all the power to the station went out. We were stranded on top of the station in complete darkness, surrounded by shape-shifting creatures that wanted to kill us. All we could do was to remain as silent as possible, hoping that the creatures were either satisfied with the people below, or they just forgot about us up top. We could see them in the darkness, with their green glowing eyes, walking around, some on all fours, others upright like a person. The screeching didn't stop until the sun came up a few hours later. We waited a few hours for good measure, before slowly descending into the horrors that laid waiting for us. Just like the other campsites from the days earlier, the station was destroyed. Blood and body parts were everywhere, but there was never a full body that we could recognize from the mess. They were either unidentifiable or they were missing. It was clear that the only people left alive in the forest was Emily and I. I went to radio in the company to tell them what had happened and called in reinforcements. They were there in record time, and with a large convoy of people in hazmat suits and machine guns. We were questioned about the event that had happened the night before, and we shared what we saw. They seemed not surprised at all, and almost disappointed. The man interviewing us told us to follow him, so we did. We were able to follow him into a room, and he had us sign an incredibly long set of pages, saying that what we saw was intellectual property of the United States government, and that disclosing any information to anyone would result in the charge of treason, most likely a death sentence. I signed the papers. I knew if I didn't, I would be shot right then and there. Why was the government trying to cover this up? What had happened in the forest those couple of nights? What were those creatures? My father told me a story once. I'll never forget it, for a few reasons. I think it's the first story he's ever told me as a child. It's also the story of how my grandfather had died. But honestly, that isn't the reason. You hear stories on TV, or sometimes you overhear something in public. People talk about ghosts or aliens, and you think to yourself, that isn't real. They're making it up, or they're mistaken. They're crazy, something like that. You can't just believe it. That is, until something happens to you. Something that brings it all together, connects the dots in a way that you didn't think of before. Maybe it happened to you, or maybe you hear about the same story again and again from different people. It doesn't take long for the world to become a lot bigger than you thought it was. As I said, this is a story my father told me, but I never believed it, even though he swore up and down that it was true. It wasn't until I started clicking around the internet that I started to believe. I started to hear other stories, just like the one my father told me. It didn't take me long to believe after that. My father never used the internet in his life. He wouldn't know what the online community had called it. When he chose to call it something other than it or that thing, he called it a skinwalker, after an old Cherokee tale his grandfather had told him. I'll tell you the story the way he told it to me. We were out hunting one night in the woods surrounding the dairy farm in Ohio, where we lived at the time. We were tracking coyotes. We'd kill them for $50 a skin. They would kill calves sometimes. We'd do it every night because we needed the money. Sometimes while we were out, we'd come on a deer and kill it. Our landlord didn't mind, and it would feed our family for a few nights and save us some money. Anyway, we were done making our rounds and headed home. walking because we didn't have a four-wheeler or a car back then. We'd cut through the woods. That's when we came upon it. Blood everywhere, splattered on trees, in the grass, in the creek, everywhere. At first, we figured it was a pack of coyotes. We'd seen how sometimes they weren't able to scavenge for whatever reason. They'd start hunting deer or cattle out of desperation. The worst was when they had bred feral dogs, but this wasn't like that. You see, when a pack of dogs, wolves, or coyotes attack anything, they do it right. They'll pick one off that's weak, sick, or old, or just small. They'll hunt it, draw it into a corner someplace they can't get out of, and they'll run it right into the biggest one, the alpha. That deer will never see the alpha. It might hear it, but it won't see it. All of a sudden its throat will be torn out, and it'll drop dead. It's quick, and it's clean, but that's not what happened here. Something had come upon a group of deer. Coyotes won't attack a group. Wolves wouldn't either. They'd get too much of a fight. There were 3, I think. 3 bodies, just torn apart. You'd see a head or a torso here, a leg there. Predators don't do that. They don't leave scraps behind. Whatever had done this hadn't done it for food. It had done it for fun. But we didn't know that at the time, of course. We just saw a bunch of carcasses and figured that it was something we had to take care of. I remember my dad telling me to go home, that he thought it was the work of a pack of feral dogs. But I wasn't leaving him. I surely wasn't hiking through the 2 miles of woods, alone, in the dark, with nothing but a .22 and a pocket knife. I was only 13 at the time, so a .22 rifle was the only gun I got. Dad had the shotgun, and I wasn't going anywhere without him. It took me a while to convince him, but finally we were able to track whatever did that. It wasn't hard either, we just followed the blood. Either that thing bled a deer before it got away, or it dragged one for a mile. I don't know. What I do know is that I'd never seen my dad that scared before. We started hearing the most horrible sounds. Now I've been in the woods a lot in my life, and I've been all over the world, but I've never heard noises like I heard that night. I heard things screaming. I heard foxes, deers, rabbits, raccoons, and birds, all of them afraid of something and hightailing it. Keep in mind, this is maybe 12 or 1 in the morning, except for the fox and some birds. Nothing was supposed to be awake at that hour, but they weren't just awake, mind you. They were on the run. That night I saw a flock of birds flying straight into trees, trying to escape something. We came upon a pack of coyotes and nearly shot a couple thinking they had their eyes on us. But then we saw that they were running in from someone, nothing towards us. They didn't even notice us and went right past. Then some deer did the same. Then some rabbits, squirrels, and foxes. Even a couple of wild hogs. These critters were supposed to be hunting each other, and the only thing they cared about was getting far away as possible. We should have put 2 and 2 together. That maybe whatever we were tracking wasn't something we were supposed to see, and wasn't something that we could kill. To this day, I don't know why we just didn't go home. I guess we were curious. I think that was my dad's nature, to go towards trouble, to fight. And being aware of the things my father did during the war, I figured it was best to stay by his side. We finally reached the open valley. It was normally a soy field, but it wasn't in season, so it was just flat dirt. That's when we saw the tracks. Animals fleeing the forest had leveled everything in their path. But where the deer's blood was, nothing had taken a single step. It was like whatever was responsible had left it for us to find. The tracks were shallow. Whatever it was could not have weighed more than just 100 pounds, but that didn't mean much. A bobcat weighing 40 pounds, soaking wet, could tear your throat out if you aren't careful. The fact that this thing was on the lighter side just meant it was probably quick. It was going to be tough to hit. So we followed the tracks, and it didn't take us long to find where they led. There was an old schoolhouse that sits on top of a hill. Half of it been ripped out by a tornado, but no one lived there. Not for a long time. Sometimes we caught homeless people up there, or drug addicts looking for a safe place to shoot up. We figured maybe that was it. Maybe it was just some sick kid riding a high. But we didn't think that for long. When we got within 50 yards, we heard a noise, a sort of a screech made up of 2 different sounds. One was high-pitched, and the other was a low growl. It was making both sounds at the same time, if that makes any sense. We approached within 20 yards, and we heard another sound, different this time. I remember thinking it sounded like paper being torn apart, while someone was swinging water back and forth in a bucket. Dad looked at me, knelt down and whispered. He told me that I had to stay behind him because we were about to corner our prey. Any animal will fight when it's cornered, especially a predator, but we can tell by the tracks that there's only one. He tells me it's probably a single feral dog, most likely rabbit. The plan, he said, was to sneak up on it while it was eating, shoot it, and then just keep shooting it until it didn't move anymore, then slit its throat. If it got to Dad, it was my job to shoot or stab it until it got off of him. So he walked up with me right behind him, just a tad to his side so I could see what it was. I wished to this day I hadn't. It was leaning over a carcass, tearing off its flesh and throwing it. There was blood all over the brick, glistening in the moonlight. It was pale white and looked like a man, but not quite human. It had arms and legs like ours, but it sat like a monkey, hunched over. Its hands weren't normal. It had long fingers with claws at the end. So we saw that, and my dad hesitated. He wasn't about to fire at a person, so he cleared his throat trying to get it to turn around. I swear, all the sounds just ceased in an instant. I never heard true silence before that, and never again afterwards. But for 2 seconds, nothing made any noise, and I meant nothing. This made it all the louder when the thing turned around, made a shrill cry, and pounced on my dad. He got a shot off. I think he missed. If he hit it, it didn't faze it at all. But it was on him, tearing entire parts of him off. I started shooting it with my .22 point blank, but the thing barely bled at all. I got off 5 rounds, and then I started hitting it with the butt of the gun. It didn't even budge, or register that I was even there. It was clawing at my dad, removing whole chunks of his flesh. It started on his torso, peeling off the skin of his chest, and then it moved up. It tore out his throat, ripped his nose clean off, and gouged out his eyes. Then it scalped him, and started digging in. I stood there, helpless, as it ripped off the bottom half of his jaw, the little bones, and the tube in his neck, and then his ribs. I don't exactly remember what had happened, but somehow my dad's knife ended up in the thing's shoulder, and my dad, or what was left of him, that is, ended up on my back. I was running, and my God, I was going faster than I'd ever run before or after. The thing was following me. I ended up back in the forest, opposite the woods we started in. I was heading towards my landlord's house because it was the closest thing to help nearby, but even that was a half-mile away. All the while, I could hear the thing screeching and moaning. I heard branches crackling and getting thrown around. It was cracking so loud and so often that it sounded like someone was taking an axe to every single tree I passed, but I never looked back, not once. The thought didn't even cross my mind. Finally, I tripped and fell in some gravel. I looked up to see my landlord and a bunch of his buddies drinking around a campfire. I screamed and cried, and they came over. I told them to call an ambulance, and my landlord looked at me and said something I'll never forget. "What is that on your back?" he asked me. Just as the words left his mouth, it dawned on him, without me saying a word. It was one of those terrible flannel shirts my dad wore everywhere, he realized. It was damn near all that was left of my dad, aside of a bit of my father's head and torso. Absolutely nothing below the waist. Suddenly, we heard it. The screeching. My landlord grabbed me, causing me to drop whatever was left of my dad on the ground. I was fighting him, crying because I thought we could still save him, somehow. But the truth is, my dad had been gone well before I ever picked him up, and all I'd done was carry his corpse back home. My landlord had to pick me up and throw me inside before I would go with them. He and his buddies, all of us went inside together, and they locked the doors, and we got the guns. The landlord asked me, "What happened? What happened?" But I didn't know what to tell him. He'd pieced enough of it together to understand that there was something dangerous out there. All the lights in the house were on, and someone called the cops. They would get there as soon as they could, they said, but that meant at least 15 minutes. We looked outside and saw it walk from the front of the fire they'd made. No one knew what it was. One of them said it looked like an ape. Suddenly, something came crashing through the window. We all fired at it, but realized it wasn't the thing. No, it was my landlord's dog. Well, his body anyway. His head and legs were missing. We had just started pushing things in front of the door and windows to form a barricade when we heard something in the garage. I remember that one of his friends saying that the doors were open. We heard metal and glass being ripped and smashed, We dragged the couch and TV in front of the door to the garage for added measure. It banged around some more, but then it got quiet, not silent like it was before. We could hear it move around some, and the guys were talking, making sure their guns were ready. Someone handed me a pistol. No sooner I cocked the hammer back when we heard something shatter upstairs. Then we heard it screech again, except this time it was louder, and it didn't echo and fade out, because it was inside. We all rushed to that one door that led upstairs, and we got to it just in time as the thing did. It opened it just a bit, and 4 or 5 men slammed into it, and managed to get its hand through. Someone with a shotgun took care of that, put the barrel right to its wrist and pulled the trigger, blew its hand clean off. That only pissed it off though. It started shoving the door, clawing. We were on the other side, pushing as best as we could, and it was on the other doing the same. The wood wasn't going to hold, so someone told us to keep our heads down. Suddenly, the top half of the door was gone, and my ears were ringing. There were splinters everywhere. 2 or 3 of them had just unloaded on top of the door. I don't really know where it went after that. The police got there. I was still glued to what was left of the door. The sun was up before they pried me loose. They put me in a hospital for a while. While I was there, a whole lot of people talked to me, but I didn't respond. Not for a long time. When I got back home, I got a job for the landlord, working on the farm. We didn't talk much, not about the thing, but I signed up for the army when I was 19, and he sat me down to drink some scotch as a send-off. I asked him right away what the police told him. The story that they went with was that it was a wild animal, probably a wolf or maybe a bear that had migrated north. I asked him how they could see that when they had the hand. He looked at me stunned. He told me that the hand never made it back to the station. The cop who had it in his car got into a wreck, drove into a tree and died on impact. The hand was never found, likely taken by an animal. The cops, when they would acknowledge the hand existed at all, said it was simply the paw of a bear that resembled a man's hand. I never talked to the landlord again. He went missing while I was in basic training, and no one ever saw him again. There were rumors that he owed some people some money and skipped town, but I don't think it was that simple. I currently live in a very old town. The town is out in the middle of nowhere and only has a few thousand people. However, during the summer, we do get a good amount of tourists coming by our town, mainly because of our gas stations that are so close to the highway. To me, it seems a bit sad that the nicest thing that my town offers is our gas stations. I am currently living on the outskirts of this town, just off of a dirt road that no one goes on. The dirt road is shared by me and an old woman that I refer to as Grandma Dixie. Grandma Dixie's husband passed away a few years ago, due to old age. Because of this, she now lives alone in her house. Grandma Dixie is a good family friend of ours. I make sure to stop by at least twice a day, just to make sure that she's okay. Dixie is pretty old, but her house is much older. It has gotten to the point to where it might actually be a safety concern to live in that house. I've tried a couple of times to try to get her to come live with me, but her house just has too many items and too many memories for her just to leave that all behind. One of the biggest frustrations with that house is her back door. The back door's latch is broken, so the back door will never stay shut. I made sure to prop up a cinder block against the door to keep it shut, but sometimes Dixie will take the cinder block to use it as a step stool and forgets to put it back. The dirt road that we live on is surrounded by trees. During the nighttime, it does get quite spooky. It gets extremely difficult to see. This is mainly due to the density of the trees, not allowing any light to pass through. There's also a phenomenon that I often refer to as night sounds. I am aware that there are a lot of nocturnal animals that live in these woods, but some of the sounds that we hear are very supernatural. On some nights, you will hear crying or weeping coming from deep inside the woods. On more startling nights, you can hear what sound like screams just coming from outside my house. I've asked Dixie about the sounds and if she's ever heard them. She always tells me that it's never good to talk about it, and she never tells me why. This makes me curious, but not to the point to where I actually investigate, but I always have it in the back of my mind. I remember one evening I went over to Grandma Dixie's house. It was the evening and we watched Jeopardy, during which Grandma Dixie loves her wine, so by the time of Double Jeopardy comes around, she's pretty tipsy. I decided that this night would be a perfect night to ask her about the screaming out in the woods. Instead of her normally pushing it off, she actually opened up about what was actually happening. She told me about the woods being cursed by these creatures, but she didn't name them. She seemed too afraid, which was very unlike her. She then gave me a brief history of the town, which was unjustifiably taken by force from the natives. What she was saying actually made sense to me. It made sense why the town was so small, and that no one really wanted to stay for too long. She then went into detail a little bit more about the creatures, how that they were able to mimic sounds and lure people out in the woods. I began to get uneasy at this topic. It was getting late, and I still had to walk back home. I double-checked Dixie's house and made sure all the doors and windows were closed. I double-checked that back door and made sure that the cinder block was securely in place. As I made my way outside, I instantly felt eyes on me. As if somehow I alerted every predator to my location. I quickly walked down the dirt road while seemingly noticing every noise and every movement. It's not like I haven't done this a million times before. It was just different, and I really can't explain why. My house was now within eyesight when I heard a weird sound coming from the woods. It was like a low growl that slowly transformed into something more familiar. The sound was coming from behind me, somewhat close to Dixie's house. For a very brief moment, I thought it was Dixie trying to call me back, as if I forgot something at her house, which has actually happened before. But when I turned around, I finally realized that the sound was actually coming from deep inside the woods, nowhere near where Dixie would be. The sounds were very familiar and sounded like Dixie, but again, the sounds were deep in the woods, nowhere near where she would actually be at this time of night. I turned back around and I sprinted towards my house. Whatever it was making those sounds stopped, and I began to hear movement coming from behind me. It sounded like something very big moving through the woods at a very fast pace. Whatever the thing was, it was definitely gaining on me. But thankfully, I had a head start. I was able to reach my house and open and close my door before whatever it was reached me. Once the door closed behind me, I heard a loud thud and scratching, as if it was a very large dog trying to get in. The scratching quickly stopped, and I was met with silence. That's when I heard whatever it was begin to mimic Dixie again. It was very convincing. If I'd not just been chased by this creature, I would have probably opened the door and would have gotten mauled by this thing. I tried peering outside, but I didn't see anything. Whatever this thing was, it was smart to stay out of my line of sight. I went around my house, making sure all my doors and windows were securely locked. I then placed my trusty shotgun next to my bed, just in case I had any nightly visitors. The night was uneventful. Despite being chased through the woods, I didn't have anything else strange happen to me that evening. I got up early the next morning. For some reason, I had forgotten what had happened the night before. I got up and made breakfast. As I was leaving my house for work, I noticed that my front door had huge scratches on the front of it, and then the memories of the night before came flooding back to me. I then hopped in my car and made my way off to work. While driving on the dirt road, I passed Dixie's house. I did a quick glance over, as I normally did, and to my surprise, the front door was hanging on its hinges, as if something broke into the house. I immediately pulled over into her driveway. I walked up to the front of the house, stopping on the front porch. I peered into the house as best I could, while calling her name. The inside of the house was quite dark, but I could still see that the furniture was flipped over. Something definitely went down last night. I was just about to step into the house when I heard something calling my name from the inside. It sounded much like Dixie, except her voice was very staticky and hoarse, as if she was at a concert screaming her lungs out the night before. But obviously, that wasn't the case. I yelled back into the dark house, "Hey Dixie, you okay?" There was a very long pause. She finally responded with a very calm yes, and then she invited me inside. Something was off. I politely declined her invitation, and I told her that I had to get to work, which was actually true. Something told me inside my gut that whatever it was talking to me wasn't Dixie. I got out of there as quickly as I could, without raising any suspicions. Once I was in town, I called the police telling them what I had experienced. They seemed almost uninterested, thinking that it was probably a prank. I then drove to work, starting my long shift. About an hour into my shift, I got a phone call back from the police, telling me that they had responded to my call and they had a couple questions for me. I told my boss that the police needed me, and I drove down to the police station. Once I was at the station, the police would begin to question me for the next 2 hours. Due to the severity of the tone and the types of questions, I was able to deduce that Dixie was now missing, if not worse. Right before I left the police station, the police told me what they thought had happened. They thought that the back door of Dixie's house was left open, and that a wolf or a bobcat had gotten in. Due to the blood at the scene, they thought that Dixie was most likely gone, but they never found a body, which I think is kinda strange. However, I didn't tell the police about my experience with that thing chasing me in the woods. Due to the investigation taking place on my dirt road, the police offered to put me in a motel for the meantime. I obviously declined, and I drove back later that night once my shift was done. By that time the police had left, but there was still caution tape all around her house. I slowed my car just a bit as I was peering inside, but I never did stop. Whatever had happened at Dixie's house had freaked me out, and I decided to put my house up for sale. But whatever it was that happened at Dixie's house must have gotten around town, because I got no offers on my house. Unfortunately, I still live in that house today, and every time I drive by Dixie's house, I can't help but think what actually happened that night. When I was younger, I used to work for a plumbing company down in Arizona. I got calls all over the city, and I would travel in my company van. We sometimes got calls from the Navajo reservation, which we weren't actually allowed to visit. I don't know why. I asked my boss about this a couple times, and he always gave me random answers. The main answer that I would always get was that our car insurance wouldn't be covered out there if anything happened. I did drive a rather big van that had lots of equipment in it, so I guess it kinda made sense. I was finally able to get a direct answer from my boss one night. When I was over at his place and we were drinking beers, I then asked him the same question I've always been asking. He was pretty drunk and pretty open about talking about anything, so he told me this story. About 15 years ago, before he was the boss, he was actually a plumber for the company. The company's policy back then was pretty flexible, so he would take a couple contracts down on the reservations. One day on the reservation, he took a contract with a man that claimed to be a very dark magic man. My boss at the time didn't really care what this meant, he just wanted to get paid. The dark magic man was quite old. His English was quite poor as well, which made talking quite difficult. He got a call from him one day saying that there was something in his basement that he needed to fix. Upon arriving, he realized that the man wasn't actually at the house, but there was a note on the door. The note read, in very poor English, "Leak in basement. Don't look around." My boss was a little bit weirded out by this, but he figured that he was already here and he'd driven all this way. He entered the home and made his way into the basement. The basement was naturally unfinished, adding to the creep factor. Before he reached the bottom, he was able to hear a drip coming from inside the basement, which made finding the leaky pipe quite easy. He walked up to the pipe and began working. While he was working, he began to hear sounds coming from inside the basement. It sounded like something wooden being scratched. At first he thought it was just a pet, maybe a dog. He paid it no mind and continued working. While he was working, he heard the scratching again. This time he heard a small voice coming from behind a wooden door, asking for help. He found the door in the corner of the room that was heavily bolted shut. The door was made out of wood, but had 3 padlocks on it. At first my boss thought maybe he came across a child trafficker, or a kidnapper of some kind. The voice coming from behind the door seemed young and feminine. My boss got up quickly and ran to the door, asking if the child was okay. The child said that she was trapped behind the door, and that the man in the house was keeping her there forever. My boss did all he could to try to open the door, but to no avail. He then looked around the basement, looking for any set of keys that could maybe go to the door. To his surprise, he found a set of keys that looked like they belonged to the door. He tried the keys on the lock, and sure enough, they worked. Quick note, my boss's name is Steve. Steve was unlocking the last lock on the door when the voice behind the door said, "Thank you, Steve." The voice was still feminine and young, but it seemed off. How did the little girl know his name? He stopped unlocking the door and took a step back. Something was way off. Steve then decided to look under the door, something that he says that he regrets doing. He says what he saw on the other side of the door was evil incarnated. He only looked briefly, but what he saw was disturbing. Standing by the door, on the other side, was a huge creature. The creature's feet were huge claws. Once he saw this, the creature began to scream and shake the door violently. Steve thought that the door was going to break down. He turned around immediately, running up the stairs, leaving his tools behind. Before he reached the top of the stairs, the door holding the creature back broke down. The creature was now free. Steve was able to get out of the basement and the house safely. He got in his van and drove off. He told me that that was the scariest event that he'd ever been through, and that if the creature actually caught him, he probably would have been dead. So that's the actual reason why we're not allowed on the reservation. We've never spoken about this particular event, not even among ourselves, after it happened. It was with my friends Ben and Ryan and myself going camping into the woods like we used to do when we got a weekend off, or at least used to do before this. In general, we try to go to new places. There was this one forest in particular situated 2 hours away from our city that we've been told about. We've been putting it off for a while because it was said to be dangerous, packed with wild animals that would attack campers often. Ben, in his usual part of trying to be a badass, said he would take out his shotgun and we'd be safe. Ryan was a bit of a wimp, but he agreed, so we drove there as soon as we were able to when we had a free weekend. We got there by mid-afternoon. After we set up camp and the night was beginning to set in, we decided to go out for a walk. We secured our stuff and Ben took out his shotgun in case any animals approached us, and we started following a small path that got deeper into the woods. Walks in the dark like these would always relax me, but this time I was starting to feel uneasy. Something was off. About half an hour of walking, we started to hear noises getting closer to us. They sounded like footsteps of several big creatures closing in on us, but to this day I swear I could also hear soft whispers beneath the noises. Feeling like cornered animals, in total panic, we began running back through the path that we had come on. During this, I somehow lost Ben and Ryan, and we could not even see their flashlights in the distance. I kept on, running crapless. At some point, I ran past an old house, which seemed to have suffered a fire. The windows were boarded up, but the door seemed to be half open. Suddenly, I heard something coming from inside. Terrified at first, I froze, but then I realized it was actually Ryan, calling for me to come inside. I was doubtful at first, for some reason, but as soon as I heard the animal sounds coming closer to me, I bolted into the house and closed the door. I lifted my flashlight to look around, and there was Ryan. I pointed the light to his eyes, but he didn't seem to react much to it. In fact, he seemed really calm, which was odd for him. "Let's stay here for now," he said, in a relaxed tone of voice. "Those things out there could be dangerous." Now I was worried about Ben, but remember that worst case scenario he had a shotgun, ready if anything attacked him. I took a deep breath and started looking around the room. The few chairs that were laying on the floor looked charred, and in one corner of the room there was a pile of sticks with a bunch of stones scattered around them. All of a sudden, we hear Ben's gun go off twice. I stood there paralyzed, as every other sound in the forest stopped. I glanced briefly at Ryan, and he was just looking at me, completely quiet. I was about to say something when suddenly someone started banging on the door. Ryan immediately grabbed my shoulders and said, "Don't open that door. It could be one of those things." I started walking towards the door and he insisted, "Don't do it. They're gonna kill us." This really unsettled me, but I was afraid it could be Ben, who had just shot one of those wild animals and was looking for shelter. I grabbed on the metal door handle, took a deep breath, and as Ryan was still talking behind me, I opened the door. A cold chill ran down my spine. Standing there in front of me was Ryan. It didn't sink in at first as he was saying, "Hey man, did you hear Ben's gun go off too? I think we needed to find him and get the hell out of there." I babbled something incomprehensible and slowly turned around, pointing my flashlight all over the room. Nobody was there. When the light reached the corner of the room, I realized what I had been looking at earlier. It was a pile of bones, and around them, forming a circle, were a bunch of skulls. Human skulls. We ran off as fast as we could and found Ben near the campsite. When he saw us, he was pale and did not say a word. We got in my truck and drove off, and we left the place, leaving all of our stuff behind. On the way back, after a long silence, I asked Ben what he shot at. Some of those things came from behind in the trees and attacked me. I shot them down. Ben, what were those things? It was you guys. I killed you both back there. The rest of the way back, nobody spoke a word. We never saw Ben again. The story I'm about to tell you is quite startling. A couple of years ago, back when I lived in the woods, I had a very close call with something coming into my house. At that time, I was working the late shift down at the local gas station, which meant I got off around 11 o'clock. Whenever I'd get off, it would be pitch black out, making my drive into the woods all the more creepy. I lived about 20 minutes away, 10 of which were in the woods. At this time, I had no neighbors, but I did have a college roommate of mine that would often swing by from time to time. One evening, when I was pulling into my driveway, I was shocked to see that my front door was wide open. I got out of my car, hesitantly, using my cell phone as a flashlight. The first thing that came into my mind was that someone broke into my house, but then I realized how unlikely that really was. It was probably my old college roommate forgetting to lock the door, and a gust of wind must have blown it open. This wouldn't be the first time he has done something like this. As I got closer to my door, I was able to detect a smell that I can't really describe, but nonetheless, it was terrible and very unique. The door being opened and the smell made me feel very uneasy. I slowly entered my darkened home with great caution, with the feeling that at any moment something could jump out and attack me. Thankfully, once I turned on the lights, it revealed that there was nothing there. I then entered my home, closing the door behind me and locking it. I did a quick walkthrough of my house, just making sure that there was nothing else lurking in the shadows. Thankfully, my search yielded no results. I then took a shower and got ready for bed. Instead of falling asleep quickly, like I normally do, I was kept awake with the thought that there was still something hiding in my house. After about 30 minutes, I fell asleep. A couple hours later, I slowly wake up. I wasn't alerted by a bad dream or by a sound, but rather a smell. The exact smell that was there when my door was wide open. I slowly get to my feet and make my way over to the door. As I'm walking, I can hear sounds coming from downstairs. It sounds like something is thrashing around, looking for something. I idiotically make my way towards the stairs, turning on the hallway light as I go. Once I turn on the hallway light, the sound downstairs immediately stops. I had unknowingly made my presence known. The very brief silence is immediately replaced by more thrashing heading towards the stairs. I decided that I didn't want to wait to see what it was that was making the noise downstairs, so I immediately turned tail and ran back to my room. The way my hallway is set up upstairs is that there is a bedroom, a bathroom, and then my room. I was able to enter my room and close the door behind me while locking it before the thing was able to make it up to the top of the stairs. Thankfully, whatever it was, decided to enter the other room first instead of mine. This gave me enough time to hide in the crawl space in my closet. The crawl space was pretty well hidden. You wouldn't be able to find it unless you moved around some clothes. I could hear the door to my room being opened, and something very large walking in my room. I could hear furniture being moved, items being thrown. The worst part about all of this was the smell. The smell was absolutely terrible and stronger than ever. At this moment, it finally dawned on me to call 911, but when I went to do so, I couldn't find my cell phone. I must have left it behind in all the rush. I then heard the closet door being opened and hearing something very large stepping inside. A part of me wanted to peer out and see the intruder that was in my home, but I didn't want to risk being seen. I sat quietly as the intruder rummaged around my closet, thankfully not finding me. I was able to hear the intruder's breathing. It sounded as if whatever the person had bad asthma or a smoking problem because they were hacking and wheezing. It definitely sounded unnatural. The intruder left my closet and went back downstairs. At this moment, I took it upon myself to find my cell phone and call 911. Throughout the call, I was able to hear the intruder downstairs. It was pacing around and moving items as if it was looking for something or someone. I did my best throughout the call to stay quiet while telling the dispatch where I was and what was happening. They told me to go back and hide in the closet, which I did, and wait for the police to come. By the time they arrived, whoever was in my house was long gone. I didn't leave the closet until the police came to get me. I could tell that they were very surprised to see me okay, and they kept asking me over and over again if I was hurt, which I obviously wasn't. The police escorted me out of my home and out into one of the cruisers. While walking out of my home, I was able to see how messy my house was, and it was very trashed. Something I noticed that was interesting was what looked like blood all over my furniture. Why was there blood on my furniture, I thought. The red substance was all over my home, and I was quite concerned as to what it was. I guess that explains why the police thought I was injured. I went outside and sat in one of the cruisers. The police gave me the option to either stay at my house or come down to the precinct and stay the night there. I obviously chose the second option. Fast forward 2 years. I had moved from my house that I was once living in, and I was living in the other part of town. For whatever reason, I was driving near my old house near the woods, and something in the road caught my eye. There was something pale hunched over in the middle of the road. I was about 50 yards away, and I couldn't really make out the details of what was in the middle of the road. But there was something I did recognize. The smell. It was the very same smell I smelled that night that intruder entered my home, and that experience was brought to my mind. I slowly inched closer with my car. I was wanting a better look at whatever it was in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it was a person. I could only see its back, but the closer I got, the more I realized that it wasn't. Its limbs and arms were terribly distorted. Its legs bent backwards like a goat, and the thing was pretty tall, even though it was hunched over. Whenever I was able to see it perfectly, it was as if it knew, and it stood up. The creature was about 8 feet tall. Its skin looked old and wrinkly. Everything about it looked human, except for its head. Its head was that of a deer or maybe an elk, and all the skin and flesh had withered away from it. I was only able to see it perfectly for a few seconds before it ran off into the woods, but the very image of this thing will haunt me forever. Could this creature be the thing that entered my home that one evening? Or maybe these two events are unrelated. Regardless, ever since then, I never go near the woods at night. This story was told to me in 2009. I was a freshman in high school, and it was Halloween. Halloween just happens to be my favorite holiday. Anyways, I walk into my English class, which was my last period for the day. My eccentric teacher had all of the lights off, with a stool in the middle of the room. On the stool was a single candle that was lit. Next to the candle was a bowl of candy with our favorite candies inside. My teacher, who was kind of a goofball, was wearing a cool witch hat. Once everyone sat down inside the class, my teacher held the candle and sat down on the stool. She told us that instead of doing classwork today, we were going to share the scariest story that we knew in return for some candy. My teacher started the stories with the famous urban legend with the man with the hook for a hand. Most of my classmates had heard that story before, but nonetheless, we enjoyed hearing it again. My classmates then took turns telling their stories. Some stories were spooky, while others were kinda lame. But none of them compared to one story that I heard. The story came from one of the redneck kids in my class. He was mostly quiet and didn't really talk much. That's why we were kinda surprised that he wanted to share one of the stories. Anyways, here's his story. His father and his uncle both had a cabin that they would use to go hunting up in the winter. The cabin was up north and kind of up in the hills. To get to the cabin, you'd have to drive about 2 hours deep into the woods, most of which was on a dirt road. Off the dirt road a little bit was about a 15-minute hike to the cabin. The cabin was pretty secluded. He said that his family uses the cabin mainly for hunting. The story then took a weird turn when the father and the uncle in the story returned for the evening after a long day of hunting. As they were walking down one of the hills to get to the cabin, the uncle in the story noticed a light coming from the cabin. Not just one light, but multiple. The lights were torches. There was a cult performing a ritual just outside the cabin. The dad and the uncle took position behind a tree and aimed their guns down at the cult. The cult was chanting something, but they couldn't really understand what it was. After a few minutes of watching what was happening, they noticed a large figure step within the view of the cult. It was a strange monster, unlike anyone had ever seen. It was tall and pale, and had very long talons for fingers. The head of the creature looked like a goat, due to its horns. When the creature got close enough to the cult, the chanting stopped. The creature appeared to be talking to the cult members. At that very moment, out of nowhere, the uncle opens fire on this creature and hits it a couple times. The father does the same. The father and the uncle only aim at the creature and not the cult members. The creature lets out this terrible scream and takes off into the night. The rest of the cult members run off into the woods, never to return. The father and the uncle didn't stay the night in the cabin. Instead, they took off down the trail and made it back to their cars. The whole time, they were able to hear the creature screaming off into the distance. The guy's father asked the uncle, "Why did you shoot at the creature?" And the uncle responded, "I'm pretty sure that was the devil." The entire classroom's mouths were wide open with amazement. That was one heck of a story, and I think about it often. What is really out in the woods? My name is Lexi, and in 2007, my parents sent me to a summer camp up in Alaska. This camp was famous for its fun adventures, and I really wanted to go. I get there the first day, and the camp is everything I wanted it to be. The food was great, the scenery was amazing, and I made tons of friends. However, I was caught by surprise about the bear protocol. The bear protocol is pretty much what it sounds like. When any camper sees a bear, they're supposed to run to this tower and hit this button. That sounds the siren for the rest of the camp. Once you hear the siren, you are supposed to go to the nearest building and wait inside. Alaska has its fair share of bears, but the bears typically stay away from the camp, and as long as there's no food out. Anyways, here's where things get spooky. My group was coming back from a canoe trip down at the lake. Camp counselors had to shuttle us down there in trucks, 5 at a time. There were 20 of us that day, so the camp counselor had to make 4 trips. Each trip took about 10 minutes or so, there and back. Once we were all down at the lake, we were then able to go canoeing and fishing. Near the end of the day, the camp counselor blew his whistle, which meant for all of us to meet back at the truck. He loaded 5 campers in the truck and took off down the trail. Instead of being gone for 10 minutes, he was gone for 30. When the counselor finally returned, we saw that the front end of the truck was completely mangled and covered in blood. He apologized for the wait and told us that on his way up there that he accidentally hit a moose, but for some reason he seemed very panicked about it. And then I remembered what they said about food being left out. That moose would have been a huge meal for the bears. I waited with my friends as the counselor took another group of 5 back to camp. At this time, it was starting to get dark, and me and my friends were getting nervous. We began to look at the tree line, looking for any signs of bears or any creatures that might have eaten the moose. While the counselor was away, we began to hear a sound that was very familiar. It was the sound of the bear alarm. The anxiety that we were feeling before now turned into a full-on panic. We were literally sitting ducks, with nowhere to hide. All that we could do was wait on our counselor to come back. The counselor eventually came, and we all packed into the truck. We felt somewhat safe in the truck, knowing that the bears couldn't get us inside. But my camp counselor told us not to look outside the windows on the drive back. I thought this to be strange, and it made me nervous thinking about it. Why wouldn't the camp counselor want us looking out the windows? What was he hiding? Some of the campers began to cry. I was pretty close to tears myself, but I did as he asked, and I looked away from the windows. Halfway through the drive back up, the counselor slammed on the brakes. I knew that we weren't back yet, and that we were still on that dirt trail. Against the counselor's command, I looked out the window to see what was going on. On the dirt path, I could see the moose, and that there was something standing over it, but it wasn't a bear. There was a pale creature hunched over the body of the moose. I could tell that the creature was very tall, despite it being hunched over, due to its limbs being very long. I didn't get a great look at it, because the counselor then took off down the dirt road. I could tell that he was startled. He kept checking the rearview mirror, seeing if that thing followed us, but it didn't. We got back to camp not much later. Everyone was inside the dining hall. The bear alarm was still blaring. Initially, I didn't tell anyone what I saw, mainly because I couldn't believe it. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe the way the headlights were shining on the animal made it look strange. I was trying to talk myself out of what I saw, in order to make sense of everything. That night, all the counselors held a special meeting with all the campers. They told us that due to there being a bear nearby, that we had the option to either stay another week or to go home. Naturally, I opted to leave. The counselors contacted my parents, and I went home the next day. I still couldn't get the image out of my mind of that creature. I got home and the summer continued as normal. 2 weeks passed and I almost completely forgot about the creature at the campsite, until one day my father came up to me randomly, telling me some startling news. He told me that the camp I was just at had a bear attack, and that 2 campers went missing. He told me that he was really proud of me that I was able to make an adult decision to come home early. About a month later, they found the 2 bodies of the missing campers. Now normally, I would write this off as a bear attack, but the 2 bodies that they found were found in trees. It is possible that a bear could have done that, but it doesn't seem likely to me. I think whatever that creature was that I saw that night had something to do with it. Here's a story I came across not too long ago. It's a ghost story, which I really enjoy, but it's really unique in the fact that it was told through a series of tweets, as well as some pictures. I won't be sharing every tweet or picture, but I will be sharing the ones that I do think are relevant to the story. The story is called Dear David. The first tweet of the story takes place August 7th, 2017. The tweet reads, "So, my apartment is currently being haunted by a ghost of a dead child. He started appearing in my dreams, but I think he's crossed over into the real world now. The first time I saw him, I was experiencing sleep paralysis, and I saw a child sitting in a green rocking chair at the foot of my bed. He had a huge misshapen head that was dented on one side. I did my best to draw it. This was the picture that he drew." The tweets continue. "For a while he just stared at me, but then he got out of the chair and started shambling towards the bed. I couldn't move because I was paralyzed. I have sleep paralysis fairly often. It sucks. Right before he reached my bed, I woke up screaming. I had another dream a few nights later where I was in a library and a girl came up to me and said, 'You've seen Dear David, haven't you?' I was like, 'Who?' And she said, 'Dear David, you saw him.' She continued, 'He's dead. He only appears at midnight, and you can ask him 2 questions if you said, Dear David, first.' Then she added, 'But never try to ask him a 3rd question, or he'll kill you.' I was very shaken. Having 2 dreams about the same thing is pretty weird. Anyway, a couple weeks passed without incident. Then David came back in another dream. Same situation. I was in bed, and he was sitting in the rocking chair near the window, staring at me. In the dream, I say, 'Dear David, how did you die?' He mumbles, 'An accident in the store.' I say, 'Dear David, what happened in the store?' He groans, 'A shelf was pushed on my head.' I'm frozen with fear. I ask, 'Who pushed the shelf?' David doesn't answer. I realize that I've asked a 3rd question, which I'm not supposed to do. At that point, I wake up, absolutely terrified. The next couple of days, I Google deaths in the city, but I can't find anything about a kid named David dying in a store. I even tried different names, Daniel, Dylan, Devin, nothing. A few weeks go by without incident. Sort of randomly, the apartment above mine is vacated, and I have the opportunity to move into it. It's a larger apartment, so I'm thrilled. Another month or 2 goes by, and I sort of forget about Dear David. I think he lost track of me because I moved upstairs. But lately, something strange is happening. For the past 4 nights, my cats gather at the front door at exactly midnight and just stare at it, almost like something is on the other side. Last night, I got a weird feeling and I looked out the peephole, and I'm dead certain I saw movement on the other side. When I opened the door and turned on the hall light, nothing was there, but my cat seemed unnerved, bushy tails, etc. And that's where I am right now. Dear David found me, I think. I don't know what to do. I'll keep you updated. Update. For the 6th night in a row, my cat has walked over to the door promptly at midnight and stared at it. What is going on? Okay, so I took a photo through the peephole because I'm too scared to open the door. I feel like I saw something. I couldn't tell, so I mustered the courage to open the door. Nothing was out there, but I took another photo. Look at this. Is it just me, or is there something in the first photo, right where the banister meets the shelves, hiding on the stairs? I wasn't sure if it was a smudge or something, so I took a second photo from inside. There was something out there. I deadbolted the lock and I got in bed because I don't know what else to do. I can still hear my cat meowing at the door. I'm pretty scared. New posting, August 10th. It's been pretty quiet tonight. I'm gonna try out a sleep talk app to see if anything happens during the night. I'm heading to bed, but the cats are back at the door. They only do this in the middle of the night. It's routine now. New posting, Friday, August 11th, 2017. I used the sound app to record my apartment last night. It makes individual recordings each time it hears something. There were 33 recordings. Most of them are pretty vague. A couple of them are passing cars and the like, but there are 3 that I am interested in. The first is a snapping sound, and what seems like a single step. It's odd because I didn't get out of bed all night. This one is weird, because out of 33 recordings, this is the only one that has a strange electric sound throughout. This directly follows the electric static, another snap, then I groan in my sleep. These happened between 2 and 3 a.m. I have no explanation for them. I'll keep recording and I'll share if I find anything curious. I bought a Polaroid camera this weekend because they're fun and dorky. I decided to take a few photos around my apartment. Polaroids are stupid and fun, and inherently sorta creepy. I didn't expect to find anything, and for the most part, I didn't. Adam then takes photos of his apartment with his new Polaroid camera. Things are pretty normal until he accidentally takes a photo of the hallway, in which it's completely dark. At first he thinks it's a trick of the lighting. Perhaps the lighting is weird, or maybe he covered the lens with his thumb. But after a series of investigations, Adam is not able to take a photo of the hallway. All of the pictures come out as dark. Adam is also recommended to try saging his apartment, as well as trying a salt circle around his main door. This seems to keep away the activity for a time. Adam then goes on to write, "Honestly, sage didn't seem to help that much, but I'm open to anything. I barely slept last night. I kept waking up feeling like something was wrong." He then posts the next morning, "Sage did not work." I haven't dreamt about David in a few months, but he appeared to me again last night. In the dream, my bedroom was filled with this hazy smoke, but I could see David sitting in the chair across the room. He was smaller this time, almost shrunken. He didn't do or say anything, except look at me. Anyway, it feels like a bad omen. Adam then posts about his cats again, sitting outside the front door every night at midnight. It seems that David had found his new apartment. Adam then goes on to say, "I've been recording myself sleeping, and it picks up this weird static electricity sound every night at 3 a.m. It lasts for about 5 minutes. This morning, I woke up to the whole house shaking. It felt like a small earthquake. I'm not sure if it had to do with anything about my apartment being haunted or where I lived, so I wrote it off." Adam then writes that his job has him working overseas. He installs a nanny cam in order to watch his cats while he's away, and also to see if any more paranormal activity happens. Months go by and he forgets about the nanny cam. His dreams continue to get worse about dear David. One particular night, Adam has a very vivid dream about David entering his room and standing over him. Adam decides to check the nanny cam to see if anything happened overnight. The results are terrifying. The first image is what the room typically looks like. Their lights are specifically left on, just in case he wants to capture the image of something happening. It then appears that a small child enters the room and continues to watch Adam sleep. The next image appears to be David standing over Adam as he slept. Things get more terrifying as it appears David notices the camera in the room. This is the final image. Story number 2. This story was submitted to me by a subscriber, Dakota something or another. I am a middle-aged lady, but I want to share a scary incident that happened to me when I was 5 years old, and I remember it clearly to this day. My parents and my 10-year-old brother and I lived with my grandfather in the house in Salt Lake City, in the vicinity of Judge Memorial Catholic High School. On the main level were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, which were the living quarters for my grandfather and brother. The basement was what some refer to as the mother-in-law's quarters. It was 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a small kitchen and laundry area. That was where I slept with my parents. There was a door that could close off the upstairs kitchen from the stairway that led downstairs to a small open laundry room before entering the living room. There was no door separating the laundry room from the living room, but I do remember that the laundry room was very utilitarian with a tile floor. My parents and I spent the majority of our time upstairs, except for bedtime, when we would go to our bedrooms in the basement. One day, one of my mother's first cousins from California came to Salt Lake to visit family, bringing her daughter Kim along, who was my same age. We were the last of the family that she was visiting with before heading back to California. She spent 3 nights with us. I was really excited to have a girl my same age visiting. Usually, when relatives visit, they seem to have kids closer in age to my brother, but this time, I had someone to pal around with for a few days, who was my same age. I remember telling Kim that our house was haunted. It was something that I'd always heard, as it was the only home I'd ever lived in, so it was something that I was very familiar in hearing. I wasn't really afraid though. Nothing ever happened to me to make me scared until the first afternoon that Kim was there. We walked halfway down the stairs to the basement, and we both said, "Ooh," then ran back upstairs to the kitchen. The second afternoon, we did the exact same thing, but with the intent of trying to make it to the bottom of the stairs. We only managed to make it to about the same spot as the day before. "Woo!" we shouted, then turned and ran back upstairs. And again on the third and last day, we did the very same thing, but this time we managed to get a couple steps further. "Woo!" and back up the stairs. That afternoon, shortly after Kim and her mom left back for California, I decided to try wooing on my own. Slowly, I took the steps down towards the laundry room. I got to the same spot that me and Kim managed to make it to. I said loudly, "Woo!" and I swear to you, as clear as day, I got the shock of my life. A huge, sheeted ghost, maybe 6 or 7 feet tall with its arms raised, came up from the laundry room and glided up towards me in the deep-toned moan. "Woo!" I ran as fast as I could, and the door at the top of the steps was left halfway open, like I left it. I quickly got on the other side of the door and closed it. My mother was there in the kitchen, and she asked me, "What happened?" I told her, "I just saw a ghost." She seemed indifferent to what I said. Through the years, I've always wondered why I saw it in sheet form, and no, there was no holes for the eyes or a mouth. But anyhow, the only answer I've been able to come up with is that it showed itself to me in the manner that my 5-year-old mind could comprehend. My wife and I live in Atlanta, but we go back home to Washington State during the summer. We were asked this past summer to be lighthouse keepers in Westport, Washington. That is my wife's hometown. The lighthouse is the tallest in Washington and 108 years old. Our first day alone, we would walk in and hear pounding up at the top. Assuming that someone was up there working, I climbed 135 steps up. There was no one up there, so we assumed it was just the wind. But it stopped once I got to the top landing. My wife remembers knowing it was haunted all of her life. There were some times that her family members would walk by the lighthouse and see a man at the top, looking down. The very next morning, we would walk in and it sounded like he was moving furniture all over the place at the top. It went on and on. Every time I would come back down, it would start all over again and we would start feeling cold winds go past us. We finally got used to him, and every morning he would tell us good morning by pounding or moving furniture around. We will be going back next summer, and the three of us will have another good month. Oh, and by the way, the lights in the lens room was floating in mercury until they figured out that it was dangerous, and the lighthouse keepers were going crazy. Something that the lighthouse is haunted by one of the keepers who went mad and killed himself there. As some of you may know, England is very rich with history, a very bloody history, that is. Needless to say, England is not a stranger to ghost stories. Having grown up here, I have a couple, but for the sake of time, I'll only share one. This one took place when I was a teenager, working in the city. I won't tell you the name of my city, but after hearing the description, you could probably guess it. I was working as a barista in a not-so-busy part of town. This was both good and bad for me. Good because I'm pretty lazy and didn't want to work, but bad because it was bad for business and my tips. The location, however, was quite unique. Our building sat on top of a World War II bunker for civilians when they were being air raided by the Germans. Our basement had a tunneling system that connected all the businesses underneath. As cool as this sounds, it's actually kinda creepy. We didn't keep that much inventory in our basement. In fact, all that was down there was a fuse box and maybe a couple of boxes. However, if and when the fuse would blow, one of us would have to go down into the basement. What makes this so creepy is that the tunnels are pretty dark and allegedly haunted. Luckily for me, the first 2 years I worked there, I was not allowed to go into the basement. This is because only managers in our store were allowed to. However, once I got promoted to manager, everything changed. The first 6 months of being manager were great. I enjoyed the extra pay and did not have to go down to the basement for anything. However, everything changed when we got a new set of coffee makers. If we had more than 3 coffee makers going on at the same time, it would blow a fuse and turn off all of our power. This would then require me to go into the basement and find the fuse box and flip the fuse. Like I said earlier, the basement was an old war tunnel and connected to other businesses on our street. This was kinda cool that we all shared this basement tunnel together, but also kind of spooky. Whenever I'd go into the basement for any reason, I would always get this weird feeling in the back of my neck. It was kind of like static electricity, right before you're about to touch something metallic, like this buildup of energy. Anyways, back to my story. It was a dark afternoon. Well, I should say darker, considering England's pretty overcast for most of the year. It was our second week with the coffee makers. The fuse would blow about every other day, and we hadn't yet realized why it was doing that. I went down into the basement. The basement was eerily dark. The only source of light I had was a tiny flashlight that I had on my keychain. Needless to say, I was pretty spooked going down into the basement. Like I said, the basement was a tunnel that connected all the businesses above, so once I made it to the bottom of the stairs, I began my walk down the tunnel. The LED flashlight on my keychain that my mother gave to me for Christmas was proving quite useful, and yet I was not able to see that far down into the tunnel. As I was walking to the fuse box, that feeling of static electricity came to the back of my neck. For some reason, this would always heighten my senses, as if I was trying to look or to hear for something that was with me in the tunnel. I reached the fuse box and I opened it. There was a special sequence I had to do to get the fuses to work again, and I was trying to remember. While I was doing that, I could have sworn I heard someone walking down the tunnel. This was a good ways away, and it sounded like someone was slowly walking towards me, as if they didn't want to be heard. This made me nervous, and I tried my best to get the fuses working again. The sound of someone walking got louder and louder, as if whoever was down here with me was getting pretty close. I checked once or twice with my flashlight, but I never saw anyone down there. Granted, my flashlight only probably had about 20 feet of visibility. That's not very far. I then began to hear what sounded like someone whispering. Right when the whispering was getting louder, I was able to fix the fuse box and turn the breakers back on. The lights in the tunnel lit up and I was able to see I was in the tunnel alone. I quickly made my way up the stairs and into the cafe. After an hour or two of replaying the moments in my mind, I then began to realize that the tunnel was pretty old and carried sound very well. The walking sound that I heard that sounded like it was in the tunnel was probably from above. Same thing for the whispering. 3 days later, the same thing happened. The fuse went out and I had to go back into the basement. Except this time, I came prepared and brought a real flashlight instead of the dinky one on my keychain. I slowly crept into the basement, remembering the events only days earlier. I shined my flashlight all the way down into the tunnel and I could barely make out the other end. I was clearly alone in the tunnel, but it was always good just to make sure. As I began walking over to the fuse box, that same feeling on my neck began, except this time it was accompanied by this strong feeling of evil. I could tell whatever it was wanted to hurt me. I quickly jogged over to the fuse box. By this time, I was practically a pro, and it did not take me much time to get the lights back on. Instead of hearing sounds in the tunnel, I instead saw something. At the end of the tunnel looked like what appeared to be a man. It was at a distance at which you almost had to squint your eyes. This tunnel was accessible to the other businesses that were above it, so the idea that someone else was down there wasn't completely foreign. However, it was kinda creepy that he was down there in the dark. Being slightly creeped out, I gave a slight wave to ease my nerves. The man at the other end didn't wave. He just stood there. I quickly ran up the stairs and back into the cafe. I have since quit the cafe, and I sometimes think back about my experiences down in those tunnels. I often wonder what was down there with me in the darkness. I used to live next to a cemetery that I was able to see from my window. The cemetery was kinda cool. It was very large and had very cool headstones. Unfortunately, the cemetery would be closed by 8 o'clock. However, I remember growing up and seeing lights coming from the cemetery well past 8. These lights were often very erratic. To add to the creepy factor of the cemetery, once the cemetery was closed, it would appear that a fog would fall over the cemetery. My theory about the lights would be that cars would drive by and the fog would catch it, making it look like the lights were coming from the cemetery. In actuality, they were coming from the streets nearby. Granted, we did live on a very unbusy road and we would rarely see cars driving, hardly ever at night. My friends and I were very fascinated with the paranormal. During sleepovers, my friends would come over and we would stay the night in my basement. The basement would be unfinished and my friends would bring over a Ouija board. We would turn the lights off and light candles around the board. We would sometimes get responses from spirits, but these weren't exactly breakthrough responses. The spirits that we seemed to have contacted would only respond in yes or no, nothing very indicative of an actual spirit, or not one that we could prove at least. My one friend then came up with the brilliant idea to take the Ouija board session out into the cemetery. We then devised a plan to find our way inside the cemetery late at night. We decided that around 1 a.m. we would jump the fence and enter the cemetery. As we went outside, I glanced over to the graveyard. Surprisingly enough, the fog was actually not as pronounced as it normally was, but there was still a slight mist in the air. We were able to hop the fence quite easily, since the fence was only shoulder height. We then did our best to find the center of the graveyard, and that's where we placed the Ouija board. We decided against the candles, since we did not want to give away our position to an onlooker or maybe a security guard. Again, the air in the cemetery was pretty much clear, except for the slight mist. But as soon as we started asking questions, a fog in the air began to build. We started our session and immediately we started getting responses. Instead of getting our typical yes/no answers, we were now getting more lengthy answers. We spoke to one spirit that claimed to live a couple streets away from me, and he died in a car crash just on the other side of town. We then began to talk to what sounded like a child. The spirit said it died at a young age, and that it was looking for its mother. As we continued to talk to the spirit, it told us that we needed to stop talking and to leave the cemetery. Naturally, we asked why. The young child responded that there was a spirit behind us that wanted to hurt us. We were quite spooked by this, and we decided that it was time for us to pack up. As we packed up, we were able to look around the graveyard. We began to see shadows peering out from behind tombstones. As we were making our way over the fence, my friends swore that they could hear their names being called from inside the cemetery. We all quickly hopped the fence and made it over to my house. We decided that we had too much excitement for one night and that we decided to go to bed. We went into my room and got ready for the evening. As we were getting ready, I peered out into the cemetery. Instead of seeing the random lights from the cemetery, I began to see shadows. They were peering over the wall. Ever since that night, instead of seeing the lights, the shadows would appear. Some inside the cemetery, others would be seen in my yard, as if they were coming closer. I think that my friends and I made a mistake by giving attention to the spirits and acknowledging their presence. By doing so, this gave them abilities to form into our world, and they were able to feed off of my energy. My one friend that was with us that night claimed that she would receive phone calls, but no one would be on the other end. These phone calls would be around 1 a.m., roughly the same time that we were inside the cemetery. Ever since then, my friends would never come over to my house, and I don't blame them. Hopefully the activity that I've been seeing doesn't get worse. A few months before my mother died, she and my sister were discussing strange happenings at her old home. My mother stated that she had seen a dark shape originate from the closet in her bedroom several times. She then proceeded to describe this thing as appearing to be wearing a dark cowl covering the upper torso. My sister was amazed by my mother's description. My sister said that she remembered that figure standing over her crib and poking her with a bony finger. They called me and asked if I had any sightings in the house, and I told them of the shadow being that was constantly standing at the foot of my bed. I was so afraid of the night that I would cover my head with my covers, making a makeshift blindfold. I remember some nights I would get courage and try to look out from under my blindfold. And of course, the lady was still standing there, watching me sleep. My brother also told us of a little man that would come out of his closet just about every night and stay in his room. His shadow figure was more viewable. My brother was even allowed to describe the fine details of this shadow figure's hat. All of us will admit to the fact that going up to our rooms, a sense of anxiety would start at the base of your feet as you started up the steps. You would get a false sense of relief having been able to check out your room in the light prior to any of the shadow figures having entered during the night. Believe it or not, after all these years, it still makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. I was around 4 or 5 years old. I have a great memory. It's kinda creepy to some because I have a photographic memory. Anyways, the house I lived in, my brother and I swore to be haunted. The basement was the worst. Picture this. You walk down a set of stairs. You look to your right and it's a rumpus room. Ahead of you is a doorway to the laundry room, and to the left is a hallway. At the end of the hall are 2 rooms, one on your left and one on your right. My older brother stayed on the room on the left. His friends would never sleep over because of a shadowy figure in his closet, always staring at them. The room on the right is where my uncle stayed. Now this is where it gets pretty weird. My older brother was babysitting my twin brother and I, and we all played hide and seek. My twin and I went hiding, while my older brother was seeking. I ran into my uncle's room on the right, and into his closet. I sat down on the floor, and I felt a hand on my shoulder. At that time, I thought it was my twin brother. I remember asking him, "Hiding in here too?" To which there was no reply. 5 minutes passed and I felt cold. I left the closet thinking that my brother was gonna follow me. I went upstairs to the living room and saw both my brothers sitting there on the couch, asking where I had hid. They couldn't believe what I told them because they think that the basement is generally creepy. Fast forward a few nights. My older brother was babysitting again. Only my twin brother went grocery shopping with my mother and uncle around 7 p.m. We were roughhousing and wrestling in his room. We acted like we wrestled outside the ring and into my uncle's room, which we considered a backstage. Mid-wrestle, the closet door swung open on its own like a blast of wind. My brother and I stopped wrestling and stared in awe. A tall, dark shadow man walks out of the closet. My brother books it out of the room, leaving me behind. The shadow figure walks up to me and stops right in front of me. I proceed to run out of the room and down the hallway, up the stairs, and then by my uncle, mother, and my twin. We later moved from that house because my mother said that the rent went too high. A few years ago, I get around to asking my uncle if his room was creepy in that house. He told me that yes, his closet would open on its own in the middle of the night. He told me that a shadow man would sometimes walk out of his closet and would sometimes stand at the foot of his bed. Now he also told me that this shadow figure wasn't evil and that he had a comforting presence, so he didn't complain very much. The shadow figure only came around once every few weeks. My uncle then told me about the house's grim history and told me the real reason we moved. My uncle's closet had a cubbyhole which led underneath the house and conjoined my brother and uncle's closet together, which made one long closet. A man was murdered in that house in the 70s, and his body was found in the cubbyhole. My mother found out and freaked out, causing us to move, blaming it on the high rent. This story is called The Basement Door. It was told to me by my friend's stepdad, who was quite adamant that it was indeed true, but I'll let you be the judge. The story took place in the early 90s. My friend's stepdad, we'll call Rodney, had a brother that lived across town. One day, Rodney got a call from his brother. His brother wanted to know if he wouldn't mind house-sitting for a couple of days, as well as feeding his cats. Rodney's brother had a pretty sweet house, and it was closer to work for Rodney, so naturally, Rodney took the deal. Rodney had been to his brother's house before, but they were brief visits. The house was nice and was in the good part of town, but it was old. Rodney went over the day that they agreed on, and he got a tour of the house. While on the tour, Rodney was shocked to find that the house had a basement. The basement door was indeed in the washer room, a room that Rodney had never been in before, which made perfect sense as to why he didn't know there was a basement. They both descended into the dark basement. Once they got to the bottom, Rodney's brother reached up and pulled on one of those chain lights to light the basement. The basement was illuminated with a dull yellow glow. There wasn't much in this basement. It was unfinished for the most part and was kinda creepy. Aside from a few boxes, the basement was pretty much empty, all but a random door in the basement. It was a small door, not quite full size, and it didn't have a door handle. Rodney said while in the basement that he felt extremely uncomfortable and very uneasy. He said also that his attention was especially drawn towards that small door in the basement. He even remembers asking his brother what that door led to. His brother responded that he never was able to open that door, and that he shouldn't worry about it. Anyways, they went upstairs and continued the tour. Rodney's brother then left, and Rodney had the whole house to himself. Rodney helped himself to his brother's food inside his fridge. A couple of hours later, while watching football, Rodney heard a strange sound coming from inside the house. What the hell was that? He thought to himself. It was clearly the sound of a door opening, but he wasn't sure which one. He briefly checked the doors leading to the outside. None of them were opened. Rodney then checked the doors inside the house. Rodney finally found the door that made that sound, and was terrified. The basement door was wide open. Rodney briefly looked down into the dark basement, and was spooked. He quickly closed the door, and tested the locking mechanism on it. He just passed off the door opening as no big deal. He would soon come to regret this. A couple hours later, around 11, the same sound happened again. Rodney quickly went to the washroom and saw the basement door, wide open again. This time, instead of looking into the dark basement, Rodney promptly closed the basement door, placing a big bag of cat food behind it. Surely, this should keep the door closed. And for the most part, it did. It was starting to get late, and Rodney had to work in the morning. Rodney then went to bed and told me about this crazy dream that he had. The dream was from a third-person perspective, as if he was watching himself outside of his body. During the dream, a woman came crawling into the room, dressed in all black, her hair covering her face. Rodney watched helplessly from the third-person perspective, not being able to do anything. The dream then seems to flash forward. Rodney and this lady in black are now in the basement. The woman doesn't say anything during the dream, but Rodney knows that she wants him to open the door in the basement. She reaches out to touch Rodney on the face, and Rodney wakes up from his dream. Rodney's awake, but he doesn't know where he is. He's somewhere very dark, and he feels cold pavement on his feet. His eyes soon adjust, and he's able to see a brief light coming from above. It finally clicks in his mind where he is. Rodney is in the basement. Naturally, Rodney sprints up the stairs, terrified. He goes to push on the door and finds resistance on it. He keeps pushing harder and finds that the bag of cat food was still behind the door. During all of this, Rodney felt an extreme evil presence coming from the basement. Rodney finally makes his way out of the basement, closing the door behind him. After a couple of minutes of pure terror, Rodney is finally able to calm down. He checks the time and sees that it's 4:30. Rodney has to be at work at 6:30, so he decides to stay up the rest of the night. He is able to reflect upon his dream and the events that happened the night before. He just figures that he sleptwalked down into the basement and somehow closed the door behind him so the cat food would still be there. Rodney even thought that it was comical at this point, thinking that he just spooked himself so badly just because he sleptwalked into the basement. Soon enough, Rodney had to go to work, so he did. During the day, however, Rodney found himself a couple of times thinking about the house. Rodney was dreading having to go back there, but didn't want to disappoint his brother after he promised him that he'd watch his cats. Soon enough, 5 o'clock came around and Rodney had to go back to that house. Rodney walked into the house to find that the cat food that was blocking the basement door was now everywhere. Rodney naturally just summed it up to be the cats getting into the cat food, and of course, the basement door was open. Rodney then specifically went out and got a couple of beers, hoping that this would calm his nerves. He also stopped at a grocery store, picking up a rubber stopper to place behind the basement door, preventing it from opening. Whatever was going on inside the house, this should surely be the solution, and for the most part, it was. When Rodney got back to his brother's place, he quickly put the stopper behind the basement door, and tried a couple of times to open the basement door. No luck. Feeling proud for his solution, Rodney figured the only way to celebrate would be to drink all of his brother's beer. While in the other room watching TV, he could have sworn a couple of times that he heard the basement door shake a little bit, as if someone in the basement was trying to get out. It even got to the point that he was sure of it, that there was someone definitely in the basement. But of course, when he checked, there was no one there. It was 11:30, and Rodney debated on whether to stay or not. Rodney then decided to stay, considering that he was pretty drunk from all the beer from earlier. He got ready for bed and fell asleep. While he was sleeping, he had another terrifying dream. He dreamed that someone had thrown him into a well and that he was drowning. The dream then flashed forwards, and he's back in the basement. He is able to see the woman in black much better. Her body is bloated, and her hair and body are wet. She is pointing to the small door in the basement. Rodney then wakes up from his dream, and again, he's confused as to where he is, but quickly realizes that he's back in the basement. This time, instead of having a light to guide him, he's in complete darkness. Rodney begins to panic and starts to feel around. He's able to feel boxes. He knows that the box is on the far side of the basement, meaning that he's pretty deep in. Rodney then feels the chain from the light above on his head. Now this is the part of the story I'm not quite sure that I believe. Rodney told me that when he pulled on the chain, the light illuminated the basement, and he was able to see what was going on. Right next to him was the small door, and it was wide open. Inside the door was an arm extended out, trying to grab him. The arm much resembled the arm of the lady in his dreams. At this point, Rodney takes off up the stairs and practically breaks down the door, trying to get it open. Instead of staying the rest of the night in the house, he takes off for his own place across town. Something strange about this story was that Rodney has never sleptwalked before, and hasn't since. But that's not the scary part. When Rodney's brother comes back into town, they meet up together and discuss what had happened. Rodney shares with us that his brother had been experiencing the same thing that he had. Rodney asked his brother what was in that small room that was behind the small door. The answer is quite chilling. The small room had a well that one of the previous tenants had fell into and died. The person that fell in was a young woman. Space. So full of potential to find life, to share our existence with. Endless possibilities to find other planets to explore. A vast and endless realm in which anything is possible. Yet that potential for life and exploration has overshadowed the terrible alternative of death and destruction. The year is 2264. Human life has expanded its knowledge and resources in order to achieve intergalactic travel, which is considered to some as the pinnacle of human advancement. In the Andromeda Galaxy, there's a planet named Nero with intelligent life called Quibblers. Quibblers resemble smaller and tailless monkeys. They are harmless yet chatty species, and their language is still unknown to us. The terrain on Nero is harsh and resembles the deserts back on Earth. There is very little known on Nero and the life that lives on it. The two teams have been sent there in the past to collect data and establish communications with the Quibblers. Team Comet 1 was sent there to learn the language of the Quibblers, and Team Excelsior was sent to investigate the rest of the planet. I am captain of Comet 2, and I'm leading a small team to investigate why we lost communications of both teams. Headquarters back home suspect the worst, and suspects the Quibblers of foul play. I simply think that the poor equipment has failed to send transmissions across great distances, and both teams are fine. Time will only tell. The Comet 2 is an older ship that has the ability to travel by light speed, due to the discovery of a fuel-dense element found beneath the gaseous planet Jupiter's atmosphere. Nero has the same fuel on its planet used to travel light speed. This allows for ships to only need enough fuel to get to Nero, since they're able to fill up at the planet. The trip to Nero requires all members of the ship to be in cryo-induced hypersleep. Imagine being carsick, but at the speed of light. My team is comprised of clones of real scientists back on Earth, including myself. Many people find this to be ethically wrong, to use clones to perform dangerous space missions, but many people find that a high salary greatly blurs their ethics. Since we are clones, we are not given names, but rather assigned a color. I am red. My shipmates are blue, white, black, green, yellow, pink, orange, and purple. I wake up from hyperspace. The ship's computer bids me good morning. We are just outside the planet Nero's orbit. Do you wish for me to wake the rest of the crew? My computer asks. Yes, I say groggily, while trying to regather my strength from the past months of being in hypersleep. The computer wakes the crew, and we descend on the last known location of the ship Comet 1. My crew slowly regains their strength and begin to ready themselves to investigate the two teams. Typically, most spaceships do not allow weapons, but due to the nature of our visit, headquarters figured it would be in our best interest. We land the ship at the Comet 1, which is located near the Quibbler's capital on the planet. The Quibblers do speak to us, but we have no idea what they're saying. The Comet 1 has a prototype computer system on their ship that has been decoding their language for years. I figured that we could use that to aid us in our investigation. My team exits the Comet 2, armed, and we enter the strange planet in which we've never been. It's nighttime, and the Comet 1 is docked with no lights on. My team slowly approaches the ship and enters the ship's passcode. The door to the ship opens, and we are greeted by a dark and empty hallway. "Spooky," says Yellow, as he enters with his weapon aimed. He's using the flashlight on the end of his weapon to shine his way around the empty spaceship. Despite there being no crew and no power on, the ship looks as if it's intact. We follow Yellow deeper and deeper into the ship, staying in a tight group. We make our way to the ship's computer and activate the ship's auxiliary power. The ship powers on almost instantly. "Everything seems to be working fine," says Green. I tell Blue and Yellow to go find the other members of the ship and report back in 15 minutes. I then look for the Quibbler translator. The translator will be a huge aid in understanding more about the planet and understanding what had happened to both missing teams. I find the translator on the ship's captain's chair and turn it on. I need to see if this thing actually worked, so I grabbed the rest of my team and we went outside the ship to find a Quibbler to test it on. Outside the ship was dark. It seemed that the creatures were sleeping inside these reinforced pods that looked almost natural to the landscape. The planet looked harsh and unforgiving, but also possessed an almost relaxing aura. Pink suggests that we force our way into one of the pods, but I quickly shoot that down. "We can wait till the sun rises in a few hours," I say. We quickly make our way back to the Comet 1 and look to see if we can find any more evidence on the ship before we go back to our ship for some rest. We examine the rest of the ship and find nothing. I look at the ship's log, but everything has been deleted. The only way that was possible is if the captain had personally deleted all the captain's logs. But why would he do that? It's as if the captain didn't want us to find out what had happened on the ship. I began to feel this ominous feeling that something wasn't right. I had a feeling that something sinister had happened to this crew, and someone covered it up. I did my best to hide my worry, and I assembled my crew. Blue and Yellow were still looking for the crew of the Comet 1. "Where are those guys?" I asked. My crew seemed spooked that they were gone for so long, and that they kept looking over their shoulders around the empty ship. Blue and Yellow eventually returned back to the group and seemed very spooked. "We think that the ship is haunted," says Blue. "Haunted?" scoffed Purple. "We heard sounds coming from the vents of the ship. Voices, almost. We couldn't understand them," Yellow confirmed. Everyone looked to me to see what I did with this information. "Let's head back to the Comet 2, I said, trying to conceal the fact that I also felt a weird vibe from the ship. We left the Comet 1 and went back to our ship. The sun was still on the other side of the planet for a few more hours, and the Quibblers would be inaccessible until then. I was anxious to see what progress was made in the Quibbler translator. The mystery of what had happened to the Comet and its crew baffled me. Something sinister must have happened, but where are the bodies? There were no bodies. Did they simply just abandon the ship? Why erase all the captain's logs, and why did they stop all communications with Earth? The sun rose a few hours later, and the Quibblers were out of their pods. I had some of the crew usher a handful of Quibblers to our ship to see what information they had on the Comet's crew, and also to see if the translator worked. The Quibblers are somewhat calm creatures that spoke in little chirps and beeps. I gathered the crew and the Quibblers in the cafeteria and tried to speak in the translator. I began by thanking them, and the translator did its job for the most part. The Quibblers nodded and responded, in which the translator produced a single word: "Welcome." I asked them about the comet, and the Quibblers responded again with a single word: "Gone." It appeared that either the Quibblers only spoke in one word in each response, or the translator was only capable to translate one word at a time. I asked them, "Gone? Gone where?" I asked anxiously. The Quibblers seemed hesitant to respond, or perhaps they were afraid of our reaction, but they looked away. They then finally responded with an unusual word that I find to be an error. Absorbed. I looked at the translator confused. Do you think that something ate the crew? I asked Blue. I think they mean consumed, Blue suggested. That makes more sense. I turned back to the Quibblers. What ate the crew? This time, instead of responding, they remained silent. I asked them again, and they responded with two separate words. Forbidden and speak. I don't think they were able to speak about what ate the crew. I remained silent, as did the rest of my crew. The planet Nero only had one intelligent species that we could communicate with. Was there something more hazardous on the planet that we didn't see before? Something capable to consume an armed space crew? I then asked about the second crew, Excelsior, and where to find them. The Quibblers responded with two separate words again, cave and death. I knew that the fate of the crew, Excelsior, must have been similar to the Comet 1. I asked them to take us to them, and they agreed. Our ship left the Comet 1 site and lifted to investigate the second ship. The Excelsior was only a few hours away, near a mountainous region. This crew was supposed to be harnessing and gathering the elements that fuel the Lightspeed engines in our ships, something we needed badly to make our way back to Earth. I truly didn't want to go to the Death Cave, per se, to investigate, but regardless, we needed the fuel to even leave the planet. We landed at the mouth of a cave at the base of a very large mountain. The cave's entrance looked like the gates of hell, with sharp jagged stalactites and stalagmites lining the entrance. The cave was incredibly dark and was too small for the ship to enter. I assigned Purple, Orange, and Green to go find the Excelsior crew inside the cave. They hesitantly agreed. The Quibblers were chirping like crazy, and I grabbed the translator to understand what the problem was. The translator kept repeating, dark, danger, dark, danger. Pink laughed. I guess they're afraid of the dark. Something was lurking within the darkness. The three crewmates left, all armed with weapons and flashlights, to find the Excelsior crew, but more importantly, to find the fuel element to get us back home. The rest of the crew waited anxiously inside the Comet 2. The sun was directly overhead, which shined across the cruel landscape of the empty yet sharp land. The three crewmates were on comms, which allowed us to talk to them in real time. They spoke every few minutes, giving us updates of what was happening. The cave is dark, said Orange. I find it hard for anything to live in here, without the assistance of some kind of light. About 20 minutes into the cave, we get an update. I think I found something, said Purple. What is it? Did you find the crew? No crew yet. I found the fuel element. Tons of it. I was relieved. Do you want us to keep going into the cave to find the Excelsior crew? Purple asked. I thought about this rather hard. The whole crew waited for me to answer, and remained silent. This decision could decide whether or not my crew lives or dies. We needed to know what had happened to the crew, but deep down, we already knew the fate. What we didn't know is what did it to them. Keep going, I ordered. The crew looked as if I punched them all in the gut. None of us wanted to find the things that ate our crewmates, but we needed answers. Earth needed to know what was on this planet, and if it was safe for us to send more clones here. Purple acknowledged the order and went deeper into the cave. 15 minutes later, I hear again from the crew, and they are spooked. We think we saw something, says Orange. I perked up from my captain's seat and asked, what is it? I don't know, says Green. I thought I saw part of the wall move. It's something big. I didn't hesitate and responded, okay, come back now. Try to grab some of the fuel elements on the way back. I sounded worried, and I think the crew caught on as well. I waited for Orange to acknowledge the order, but nothing. Orange, Purple, Green, come back to the ship now, I shouted. No reply. I got nervous and thinking that the worst had happened. Orange finally responded, but it was a whisper. It sees us, he said quietly. What is it? What sees you? Another minute of silence goes by. Then gunfire. Get back to the ship now. Forget the fuel elements. Just get back to the ship, I screamed. Minutes felt like hours, but finally, Orange and Green came running out of the cave. I was waiting outside the ship with Blue and Pink, all of us aiming our weapons at the cave, expecting something evil to follow. Green and Orange were running out of the cave, saying, "Shoot whatever comes out of the cave." "Where's Purple?" I screamed. "It got him. He's gone," said Green. I waited for some kind of demon to come out of the cave, wanting to kill the rest of us, but nothing came. Orange and Green insisted that we'd leave now. I was flustered, and I didn't know what to do. A part of me wanted to take the rest of the crew into the cave and find Purple, but I didn't know what we were going against, or how many of them there were. Instead of waiting, I agreed that we needed to leave. As we boarded the ship, and to my surprise, I saw Purple running out of the cave, holding the fuel elements we desperately needed to get back home. "Hurry, let's get out of here," Purple said as he came running in. His suit looked all torn up. I told White to get us out of here and to take us into Nero's orbit. From there, we'll figure out what to do. We all met up in the cafeteria, including the Quibblers, and we discussed what the three crewmates saw. Purple handed me the fuel elements, and I handed them to Black to fuel our ship. Once White and Black finished their tasks, we began debriefing what had happened. Before I could say anything, the Quibblers started losing their minds. They wouldn't stop chirping. I grabbed the translator, and it kept saying the same word over and over. "Danger, danger, danger." "We aren't going to hurt you," I said, but they didn't calm down. I asked Pink to remove the Quibblers so we could start our meeting in peace. The Quibblers were almost screaming at this point, and the translator kept saying these strange words that didn't make sense. Stranger, bad, death, absorb. But then the translator spoke a word that struck me. A word that I wouldn't normally consider to be an error in the translator, but for some reason it petrified me. The translator said, "Imposter." Pink took the Quibblers out of the room, and we were able to begin our debriefing. I started by saying that thanks to the effort of Purple, that we were able to travel back home, since we were able to return back with the fuel elements that we desperately needed. "What was it that you guys saw?" Orange and Green told the crew that as they were walking into the cave, they thought they saw something large that almost resembled a spider crawling deep in the cave. As they got closer, they were attacked by one of them, and it grabbed Purple. They started shooting at the creature, but it seemed ineffective by the bullets. That was when they all left. All attention was on Purple. "So, Purple, how did you escape?" I asked. "Well, when the thing grabbed me, I was able to aim my fire directly into the creature's mouth. It must have been a weak spot, and it let me go." Purple's suit looked like it was dragged through a wall of knives. "You're lucky to be alive," I said. "You should have White take you down to the med bay and get you checked out. You look like you might be injured." Purple agrees, and White walks with Purple to the med bay to get inspected. Once Purple leaves, Orange immediately stands up. "Something is wrong with Purple." "What do you mean?" I asked concerningly. "We saw Purple get eaten by the creature. There's no way he was able to escape." "Okay, everyone go do your tasks, and I'll go check on Purple," I said reassuringly. The meeting ends, and I make my way down to the med bay. It was just down the hall, and not much time had passed. I try to walk in, but the doors are locked. "Hey, this is Red. Open up." No response. I try again. No reply. Finally, I use my admin key, which only captains have, and I open the door. The med bay is covered in blood. I feel a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I rush in, not thinking about the dangers that could be awaiting, and I find the body of White, torn in half. What has the strength to tear someone in half? I look around the room to see if I can find Purple. The room is empty, and the air vent is open. I look at the computer, which White was working on, to see what he was doing. White was conducting a DNA test of Purple, which came back negative. I immediately rush back into the cafeteria, and I hit the emergency alarm button. This alerts the entire crew to meet in the cafeteria. Everyone meets in the cafeteria, except for Purple. I tell the crew what I found in the med bay. They all seemed very disturbed by the news of White. I don't know what to tell you guys, but I think there's something among us. I think that there's something that transformed into Purple after killing him. Silence filled the ship. as we realized that we were now trapped in space with something capable to kill us all. "We need to find a way to kill it," I said sternly. "The creature is strong, and I believe that it is capable of turning into anyone. I think we need to find Purple and kill it, and then we need to test everyone to make sure that their DNA says who they are. There's been much that has happened, and I think this is the only way for us to safely get back to Earth." Everyone agreed. Before we were able to leave the meeting, the lights of the entire ship turns off. "Purple must be in the electrical," I alerted. Everyone rushes in the dark room of the electrical room to find this monstrous creature trying to enter the vent. Its arms were long and black, and it twisted like a deformed spider from hell. It stood 8 feet tall and had large teeth in the middle of its body. Its head had these large black eyes that seemed to spew hate at everyone it looked upon. Pink, yellow, and black were able to taste the creature with their weapons. The creature fell to the ground. They then tried to shoot it in the head, but the creature seemed only affected by the tasers. "You can't kill me," it screeched as it lay twitching on the ground. "I don't think it can be killed," Blue whispered. "We don't need to kill it. We just need to remove it from our ship," I said. We continued to tase the creature until we were able to move it to the cargo area. We forced it into the loading dock and pressed the eject button. The creature was sucked out of the cargo bay, into the dark and empty space. The creature continued to flail for a few seconds before curling up into a ball and slowly floating off into the endless void of nothing. "Everyone in the medbay now," I shouted. The crew followed me there to the medbay where the body of White was still laying. I made everyone give me a sample of their DNA in order to determine if they were who they said they were. The crew began to complain that this wasn't necessary, and that we removed the only threat on the ship. I began to feel that the crew was slowly beginning to turn on me, but I stood firm in my command. "We aren't heading back to Earth until I know that everyone on the ship is human." I gathered all the samples and entered them into the computer. The computer wasn't able to process all the data immediately, and alerted me that the results would be done in about 6 hours. 6 hours? I can't make everyone stay in front of me for 6 hours. We still needed to do tasks in order to make the ship operational for a trip back to Earth. I figured I was being paranoid. I then decided to go about as if everything was normal. I made sure that the task got finished, and I watched in the security room to make sure everything got done. 4 hours in, and the ship alerted us that the O2 levels were leaking. Me and Yellow ran into the room with the oxygen stored, and I saw that some of the ship's containers had been tampered with. Yellow also confirmed that the O2 had been tampered with. Yellow and I alerted the crew what had happened in the oxygen room. We needed to know whose task it was to stabilize the O2 of the ship. Blue sheepishly raises his hand. "I was in there a few hours ago, and nothing was wrong. Anyone could have gone in there, though, and tampered with the O2. That was a fair point. Nonetheless, it was obvious that we had an imposter among us, maybe more. We then decided on a vote who we thought was the imposter among us. Many people thought it was Blue. Some people thought it was green or pink, since they saw them near the area. The vote ultimately landed on Blue. Naturally, he refused, but the crew forced him to go to the cargo bay area to float him off into space. I tried to step in and help Blue, but the crew quickly turned against me and suggested that I was defending the imposter, thus making me an imposter as well. All the crewmates had their weapons drawn, being pointed at one another. No one trusted anyone. The majority of the ship was under the impression that Blue was a creature and wanted him off the ship immediately. I had no choice but to step aside. They then floated Blue off into space. Blue was sucked out and floated while flailing about. He didn't change into a creature or reveal that he was an imposter, but rather continued to stay floating in his normal form until we couldn't see him anymore. A silent hush fell over the crew, as they knew that Blue was more than likely innocent, and that they had made a mistake. Someone on the ship was still a creature. 2 more hours passed, and the crew went about finishing their task, when I am alerted that the results were finally finished for the DNA samples. I walk through the ship and I am passing the electrical room when I hear a strange sound It sounds like someone being eaten by a large predator. I enter hesitantly when I see half the body of Pink lay lifeless in the corner. Instead of walking all the way in, I exit the room without seeing what was eating Pink, and I sprinted back to the cafeteria. I alerted everyone what had happened, and they all rush in, including Pink. My heart sinks. Pink was literally dead only a few moments ago, meaning that Pink is an imposter. I shared with the crew what I saw, and I told them that the real Pink was eaten in electrical. Naturally, Pink denied it, but I wanted to see who would defend Pink in order to weed out the other imposters. Before anyone could say anything else, the ship's computer came on overhead to alert me that the results were finished in the medbay. Pink eyed me down with those evil eyes, all the way there. We all entered the medbay, and the computer screen glowed with all the results of every crewmate DNA sample. To my surprise and my horror, the results showed that Blue, myself, Pink, and Black were human, while the rest of the crew, Orange, Green, and Yellow, were imposters. At this point, Pink had since been eaten, and Blue was wrongfully ejected, only leaving myself and Black. We were outnumbered. The rest of the crew then turned into the creatures of nightmares right before our eyes, realizing that we were now outnumbered. I then realized at that moment, when I had sent Purple, Orange, and Green into the cave, that all of them were the creatures, not just Purple. The creatures began to feast on the crew, tearing Black and Red from limb to limb, while also absorbing them and mimicking their bodies. The remaining crew were all imposters, and Red entered the captain's chair. Red then deleted all the captain's logs of the events that had happened on the ship. The ship's computer then asked Red, "Where would you like to go?" Red and the other imposter crewmates smiled with a wide and evil grin, all of them agreeing on a single location. "Computer, take us to Earth." This story takes place in the 90s. I was in college at the time. My friends and I caught wind of a fun party up north in the country. I was the only one with a car at the time, thus it was up to me if we went. Mind you, this was before smartphones, therefore we had to use MapQuest to print out the directions to this party. If you're not familiar with MapQuest, consider yourself lucky, but I digress. The party was about an hour and a half away. I told my friends, as long as they paid for my snacks and my gas, that I'd take them. They all pitch in a couple of bucks and I decide that I would drive them. We take off on Friday, around 5:30. My friend is guiding me with the MapQuest directions that we'd printed off. There were a couple of times where I missed a turn and we had to go back in order to follow the directions correctly. Since the MapQuest directions were printed off, they would not automatically correct themselves. You would have to go to your last point where you were not lost and guide yourself from there. Thankfully, my friend isn't a complete idiot. We did get lost a few times, but it wasn't anything we couldn't re-guide ourselves back to. The hour and a half drive ended up being more like 2. The party was literally in the middle of nowhere, but I could definitely see why you would want to pick this place to party. There would be no way anyone would call the cops out here. The location of this party was this large open field. In the middle of this field was this huge bonfire. Around the bonfire were a couple of old couches that people were sitting on. But surrounding the open field in which the party was taking place were very dense woods. This was a bit unsettling. I pull into the open field and my friends and I get out. The party had about 50 people or so. The bonfire was quite large and the music was very loud, but thankfully, like I said earlier, we're out in the middle of nowhere. My friends and I are all having a great time, but during the party, however, I can't help but get this weird feeling coming from the woods around us. I feel like at any moment, someone or something is going to emerge, but obviously, nothing happens. I just figure to myself that I get paranoid when I drink. Another hour or so passes when the whole party hears this loud sound coming from the woods. It was loud enough to the point where we actually turned down the music to see if we could hear it better. And unfortunately, we did. The sound coming from the woods sounded like a very large wolf of some kind, but wolves typically try to avoid humans for the most part. We figured that the music and the fire should be able to keep the wolves at bay, so we stupidly continue partying. Mind you, my plan is to get drunk and stay overnight. I already had a couple of beers and I'm in no state to really drive. I could barely navigate my way on these back roads while I was sober. There was no way I could do it while drunk. The party continued, although it was not the same. The energy was off. Whatever that creature was, it made sure to make its presence known. Knowing this large creature was only a few yards away was at the back of everyone's mind. About 30 minutes later, we heard the howl, but this time, it was much, much closer. It's very clear that whatever this creature was, it was not afraid of us. Some drunk idiot stupidly decided to go into the woods with a flashlight. The person was clearly drunk and wanted to show off. We were able to follow where this person was due to them having a flashlight, giving away their position. It got to the point to where the flashlight was no longer visible through the trees. Around the same time, we heard a loud scream coming from deep inside the woods. At this very moment, all chaos broke loose. Some people ran to the woods, while me and my friends went and stayed inside my car. My friends and I kept our eyes on the people that were entering the woods. These people also had flashlights, therefore we were able to keep somewhat track of them. Due to the situation, my friends and I started to sober up. About 2 minutes later, we hear a bunch of people screaming and a bunch of flashlights coming our way. The people exiting the woods were telling us to drive and to get out of there quickly. But again, I was in no state to drive. My friends and I stayed parked inside the car while everyone else seemed to drive away. Whatever it was in the woods seemed to scare everyone off. We were now alone inside this large open field, with something in the woods. My friends and I decide that there's no way that we're able to stay the whole night out here alone, so we decide to slowly make our way back. This was a very dumb idea, but it beat staying out in the middle of that field. We slowly crept out of there, not driving any faster than 15 miles an hour. We wanted to make sure that we were safe. The likelihood of us seeing anyone on these roads were pretty slim, but we didn't want to take any chances. As we were slowly driving, something darted across the front of my car. It was definitely big, and it was fast. This spooked me for whatever reason, and I pressed on the accelerator. As I'm driving quickly, a deer jumps in front of my car, causing me to swerve. I drive off into a ditch and I black out. I wake up around 2 in the morning. My friends and I are all thrown about inside of my car, but for the most part, okay. The deer that jumped in front of us, however, was not so lucky. The deer was laying about 30 feet ahead of us, in between the road and the ditch. There was something very large hovering over it. The best way that I can describe it is a mix between a wolf and a man. The features were wolf-like, but the actions were much like a human, eating with its hands. For whatever reason, I then get a jolt of adrenaline. My mind is able to clear up and I realize that I need to get out of there. Around the same time, my friends inside the car are starting to come to, and they also see the creature. I try to turn the car on while my friends are screaming inside. Between the screaming and my car trying to start, we unintentionally draw the attention of the creature. The wolfman creature then looks at us and stands up. My car finally sputters to life, and I try my best to get us back on the road. After what felt like an hour, which was more like 30 seconds, I was finally able to get us up and out of that ditch and back onto the road. The creature the whole time just watched us. I don't know how we were able to do it, but we somehow made it back. My car didn't seem to be damaged, minus the bumper, and thankfully, I didn't get pulled over. My friends and I spent the rest of the weekend trying to figure out what it is exactly that we saw on that old road. We also found out through a school friend that they found human remains not too far from where that party was. We aren't exactly sure if it's related to that evening or if it was something else, but something tells me that it's related to that thing that we saw out in the middle of the road. What creature did we see that night, and how close were we to being the next victim? In 1969, I was 9 years old and I lived about a half mile down the road from an old church and cemetery. There were 2 other old homes there, but no one lived in them. There were strange things that happened quite often around where I lived back then. I remember one of the strange things that happened very well. My dad worked evenings from 3 p.m. till 11 p.m., just 3 miles down the road from our house. My mom and sister and I had just gone to bed when we started to hear a bumping sound on the back of the house. My sister and I ran from the bedroom we shared, in the back of the house, to the front of the house where my mother and father's bedroom was. My sister and I were scared, so my mother let us sleep with her until our father came home around 11 p.m. that night. Their bedroom had 2 windows, side by side, on the front of the house, above the porch. You could see through the curtains at night, due to the streetlight out front. We were lying there after not hearing any more noises when all of a sudden we had heard something on the front porch. Mom saw it first and sat up in bed. That made my sister and I notice her staring out the window. When we turned our gaze from our mom to the front window, we saw what looked like a very large dog on our front porch. It was walking to the front door upright on its back legs. When the creature reached the front door, it shook it violently. It was as tall as the door, and we could see it scratching at the screen door with its front paws. It remained there for what seemed like 15 minutes, but in reality, it was more like 1 or 2. My mother didn't say a word. She just shushed us until it turned and walked about 10 feet to the steps, on its back legs. Just before it reached the steps, it went back down on all 4 legs. My mother told us to go back to sleep, and we eventually did. I do not remember her telling my dad, but I do remember this well. It was 6 to 6.5 feet tall, while standing upright on its hind legs. You could see its facial features, its ears, its snout, its head. Those features made it resemble a German Shepherd. I'm not entirely sure what I saw that night, but this I am sure of, is that I do not want to see that creature face to face. In October of 1972, my husband, our 2 babies, my brother, and I left Leavenworth, Kansas in our 1968 VW van on a camping trip to a recreational area in Arkansas called Beaver Lake. When we finally got there, we found a fairly remote campsite at the far end of the park. We wanted to be alone as the babies woke often during the night and needed to be fed. We didn't want to disturb any other campers. Shortly after pulling into our campsite, my brother pitched his tent next to the van. The rest of us were going to sleep in the van. Because of the many trees and thick brush, daylight had trouble poking into our camping spot. Fast forward to that night. Sometime around 3:30 a.m. I heard some animal sounds on the ridge that I thought were being made by coyotes. The babies were asleep and all was quiet otherwise. I peered out of the window but couldn't see what was making the sounds because it was so dark. Still hearing odd yips and howls, I laid back down on the back seat. Moments later, there was a huge crashing bang on the van wall right next to my head. My husband leapt up out of a full sleep. My brother bolted out of his tent and jumped into the van with us. We were all in a panic, looking in every direction, trying to see what had hit the van like that. My brother finally yelled that he saw something moving behind the van. We all turned just in time to see a large shadow moving about 20 feet behind the van, from left to right. After about 20 minutes had passed without any of us seeing movement out there, my husband and brother went out to inspect the van for damage. We then started hearing pounding steps coming from the brush about 50 feet behind us. The guys eased back into the front seat of the van. That's when my husband turned on the headlights and stepped on the brake pedal for rear lights. Instantly, there was a huge commotion. He started the engine, and that's when, in the glow of the headlights, we could see a hairy thing 10 feet away and coming towards the van. As it got closer, its silver-tipped hairs glistened in the light. It had a grayish streak from its shoulders down to its back. The creature was walking on 2 legs and was around 7 or 8 feet tall, had a barrel chest, and had skinny legs. It never gave us a good view of its eyes though, so I couldn't tell you what they looked like. I could see the face of it, and it was not like an ape. It was dog-like. It had ears and tufts of fur on top of them and was very human-like in its movements and general body structure. It moved smoothly and quickly around to the back of the van, where it followed the base of the ridge away from us. That's when it let out a menacing huff and a low, rumbling growl, like a dog. Insanely, my husband and brother bolted from the van, trying to get a better look. That's when a shower of gravel came at my husband. My husband and brother tore back into the van and burned up the road getting us out of there. I kept looking out of the back window and they looked in the rearview mirrors, but none of us saw that creature ever again. I am a 24-year-old male and I live in the middle of nowhere. I was getting home late one day after dropping my sister off at the airport in Lamar, Colorado. I live just under 7 miles north of the Oklahoma border on 250 acres of land. I have a trap line running around my property for coyotes. The first 2 traps I checked were empty, so I headed south. That's when I saw this thing. At first I thought it was a coyote, a big coyote. It was almost 5 feet tall on all 4s. It was caught in my trap and was running around making a dust cloud, and then it stopped and looked at me. Now I'm used to a Duke number 3 holding leg trap, so I could catch a variety of things in it. Anyways, I slammed on the brakes and my truck stalled because it was a manual. I was fumbling for the keys to start it. It's an old farm truck with a carburetor on it, and it had quite an afterfire. Once the creature heard that, it lunged at me and roared. I saw that it had its hand, not a paw but hand, caught in my trap, right hand to be exact. It had probably been looking for a dead rabbit I had in the bait hole next to the trap. It then stood up and ripped the 2 earth anchors I had, 24 inches in the ground, right out. It took me a long time to put those things in there with a 10-pound hammer, but it pulled them straight out within 15 seconds. After it did that, it just stood there, looking at me. It felt like an eternity, and I knew that my .357 would not do anything to stop this thing if it came at me. I prayed to God that it wouldn't come for me in my truck. I was looking at it in shock and awe, and I noticed that it had orange eyes. They weren't glowing. Instead, they had quite a tint, kind of like cat's eyes in the dark. They may have been reflecting my headlights, but I wasn't sure. It then took a step towards me and curled its upper lip, showing me its teeth. The teeth were huge. The 2 longest ones appeared to be 4 to 5 inches long. It then growled at me, and in the blink of an eye, the creature was gone. I was scared crapless. I jammed the truck into gear and spun the tires out, trying to get out of there. Like I said earlier, it felt like an eternity, but it had lasted no more than 30 seconds. I returned later with my Native American friend. He is a part Arapaho. I grew up with him and I trust him. He told me some stories that were passed down through his grandparents' tribe. He mentioned something about a loup-garou, or a French werewolf. He also told me about how fur trappers in the late 1700s were chased off the land in the Rockies from this thing. Having seen this creature, I do not blame the trappers for leaving. My encounter happened in February of 2009. In November of 2008, I broke my arm and was basically stranded at home. I was unable to drive or work and was going stark raving mad with boredom. My best friend would drive the 35 miles north of Palmetto to pick me up in Fayetteville, just to take me back to Palmetto for a visit at her home. She'd take me to dinner or out to see a movie, only to deliver me back home. One night, she was driving me home. It was very late, well after 11 p.m. We were on the US 31 northbound, around the Rothbury area of Oceana County, on the expressway. Being in February in Michigan, the roads were naturally very snowy, with scattered patches of ice and bare pavement. There was a small pickup truck in front of us. It was about 5 car lengths away. All of a sudden, we saw something on 2 legs dart out from the left, just in front of an overpass. It ran across the two-lane highway and hit the back of the small pickup truck and the rear quarter panel, causing the pickup to fishtail. Luckily, the driver of the small pickup regained control, but didn't stop completely to see what collided with them. If anything, the pickup truck began to pick up speed, as if the driver had seen what had happened. My friend and I watched in utter astonishment as the creature finished running to the right and disappeared into the weeds and trees along the highway. It didn't even break stride after it hit the truck. We looked at one another and sat in silence for a moment, and then I said, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yeah, I saw it." We finished the ride to my house in silence, both of us lost in our thoughts. It looked as if it was a giant dog